members of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee who endorsed his appointment. I think that is also a disrespect to this House.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. Does he agree with me that this boils down to judgment? And whether it's the Prime Minister or others on those benches, there was so much known about Peter Mandelson even before he was appointed. Surely someone should have got their head out of the sand and said, hang on folks, this isn't right.
Yeah.
Dr Ciara Mullen.
And as I've said, they decided it was worth the risk. Yeah. Both the Prime Minister and, as we understand it, his Chief of Staff. And there was lots of distraction today at PMQs from a Prime Minister who didn't want to accept it was his judgment on the line. A lot of distraction around further police investigations, other things that Mandelson had done, things that we didn't know about. What we all knew and what the Prime Minister knew is that Peter Mandelson continued a friendship with a convicted paedophile when he made him the ambassador to the United States of America.
Grateful to my honourable friend giving way. Does he agree with me that the Minister needs to tell us at the dispatch box whether the New Statesman report today is true, that the Prime Minister was directly told that Mandelson stayed in Epstein's flat while he was in prison, and therefore the extent of that relationship was absolutely clear to the Prime Minister when he made the decision to make that appointment. And I know so many members opposite, because I spoke to some of them at the time, were uncomfortable with it but felt obliged to go along.
Dr Ciara Mullen.
My right friend is absolutely right, and there are many other questions that we want from the government, and that's why we're passing this motion today, a humble address rather, Madam Deputy Speaker, so that we have access to all the information. And we've heard from the members of the ISC and from other select committee chairs previously about how we can do that in a way that protects national security. So the idea that we can't do that without breaching national security is complete nonsense. And again, I would just say to members opposite, what will the public think? How will this look to ordinary members of the public? They may well put forward technical arguments, and the government might brief various reasons on the technicalities of why they can't pass this motion, how it's all too difficult. What the public will come away from this thinking is that Labour MPs, some of them, I think not all of them, Labour MPs were willing to collude and support a Prime Minister who exercised catastrophic, poor judgment at the expense of victims of violence against women and girls, something that's the stated aim of this government to have as its key tenet that it tackles. I think that will reflect very poorly on them, and the public will know exactly what's gone on here. A rescue operation for a flailing Prime Minister who I think is on his way out. And that's the final point I make. Prime Ministers are on the way out, and they fight and kick and they drag other people along with them, and if you allow them to do that, you will come to regret it, because once he's gone, he'll move on, he'll be doing new things, you'll still be MPs seeking re-election at the next election, having been tarnished and damaged by the things he did to save his own skin.
Richard Bergen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And of course, the thoughts of everyone in this House are with the victims and survivors of Epstein's appalling, horrific abuse. But the motion today that we're discussing focuses on something very particular. Not just what is known now, not just what has been revealed in the last few days, conduct for which Peter Mandelson needs to face the toughest consequences, but what we are discussing today is also what was known. What was known at the time of the appointment of Peter Mandelson to the hugely important role of this country's ambassador to the United States of America. In 2023, the Financial Times reported that, and I quote, in June 2009, when he was the UK Business Secretary, Mandelson stayed at Epstein's lavish townhouse in Manhattan while the financier was in prison for soliciting prostitution from a minor. That was 18 months before the Prime Minister decided to appoint Peter Mandelson to the role of Ambassador to the United States of America. And at Prime Minister's questions today, the Prime Minister said that he knew before appointing Peter Mandelson that Peter Mandelson had maintained a relationship with Epstein. So people, not just in this chamber, but people out there are asking how on earth, given what was known and what is admitted was known, how on earth did Peter Mandelson end up being appointed by the Prime Minister as the Ambassador to the United States of America? I will give way.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. Does he agree with me that it appears that the Prime Minister turned a blind eye to what was already known about Peter Mandelson's association with the appalling sex offender Jeffrey Epstein because he wanted essentially to cosy up to Donald Trump? Does he not agree that it looks very much like the wording of the government's amendment today, accepting papers prejudicial to international relations, effectively say the government doesn't want to release anything that might affect the Prime Minister's ability to cosy up to Donald Trump? Does he therefore agree that the government must withdraw this amendment to the motion today? And furthermore, does he agree that we need to do more than just deal with this, but to address the lack of public trust in politics and in this House? We need to deal with things like political donations, the pollution of misinformation, and the urgent need for reform of the other place, and indeed of electoral mechanisms in this chamber.
Okay.
I thank the honourable member for her intervention, and I agree, and if the government is foolish enough to push its amendments, which I don't think they will, I will of course vote against it, because what it does, it would operate to stop us getting the full and complete truth about this matter. But I want to come on to some other points and make some progress. I know that other colleagues want to speak in this debate. So the public are asking, how on earth did Peter Mandelson end up being appointed by the Prime Minister to the role of Ambassador to the United States of America, given what was known, given what was in the public domain, and given what the Prime Minister said at the dispatch box today that he did know? And I think that something that must come into that, and it's not a distraction, is political culture. And by that, I mean the political culture that has developed within the Labour Party. Now, that might seem tangential, but how we ended up in a situation where a nasty factionalism has operated to such an extent that the Prime Minister and his advisers have promoted and protected Peter Mandelson when so many honest, decent Labour people around the country have been unreasonably punished and prevented from standing for office. We've all heard of Labour councillors who weren't allowed to stand for council, perhaps because they'd liked a tweet from a member of the Green Party or some such. We all saw how Andy Burnham was prevented, pushed by the Prime Minister, from even standing for Parliament, yet at the same time, Peter Mandelson was promoted. Ways were found around other people standing for fairly minor positions, but a way was found by the Prime Minister and his advisers to push Peter Mandelson over the line into the office of USA, of the Ambassador to the USA. And I think the reason for that was quite simple, or one of the reasons was a nasty political factionalism. The reason that Peter Mandelson is looked upon so favourably by the Prime Minister and people around him is because he made his name kicking the left in the Labour Party, and he boasted about that. So I believe that clouded their judgment at the very least, and meant that they could find ways around what was known in the public domain, find excuses to push him over the line. When this was discussed some time ago in this place, I asked in this chamber many months ago how it was that, given what was known, Lord Mandelson at the time retained the Labour whip, while honourable friends from this side were still suspended from the whip for voting to add scrapping the two-child benefit cap to the government's programme in the King's speech. And I will give way to my honourable friend.
To my honourable friend for giving way. Does he agree with me that if the government is serious about its commitments around transparency, that internal materials, internal communications in the Labour Party that involve Peter Mandelson in any shape or form need to be preserved and be released and be included in any upcoming or ongoing investigations?
Richard Bergen.
I do agree with what my honourable friend says, and I want to put on the record that my honourable friend who just made that very important intervention was treated terribly by this party, by people around the Prime Minister, by people in the party bureaucracy, whilst at the same time these people had found reasons to turn a blind eye or make excuses for what was known. Now I will give way.
Thank the honourable member for giving way. Would you agree with me that really what's at stake here is at a time whenever trust in the country across the UK is at a low, what the public will see, and victims and survivors out there, is the wagons being circled, no matter the party, and that is a very real casualty of this today. Would you agree?
I totally agree with what the honourable member has said, and she's made that point very powerfully indeed. And it's no wonder that trust is at an all-time low in politicians in general, because what this affair also shines a light upon is the role of the rich and powerful, and the relationship between some at the top of politics and some of those richest and most powerful men in the world. Now, Peter Mandelson has always, I would say, had an unhealthy fascination for the super-rich and the powerful. It's, after all, he that said he was intensely relaxed about people becoming filthy rich. But I would contend as well, because I do think that with this serious debate we need full honesty. As I alluded to before, one of the main reasons that Peter Mandelson was let off the hook and eased into one of the most important offices he could be given by the Prime Minister was because of his role in internal Labour Party factional affairs. And that is just completely wrong. I mean, I'll quote Peter Mandelson, who said, "I work every single day in some small way to bring forward the end of his term in office," referring, of course, to the Right Honourable member for Islington North, and that comment was made whilst he was leader of the Labour Party, and Lord Mandelson was a Labour Party member. And I would say that that is a reason. He was so grateful for the job that Peter Mandelson did, kicking the left again and again in the Labour Party, that they turned... I will give way shortly. I think the Prime Minister would be really delighted if I did give way, because I'm trying to come to an important point. So the point I'm making is that the reward for that factional role that he boasted about, that he revelled in, the reward for that was that a blind eye was turned to the fact that the Prime Minister knew of the relationship between Peter Mandelson and Jeffrey Epstein. The reality is, and I will give way in a second, the reality is that Peter Mandelson wouldn't have made it onto a panel of local election candidates in the Labour Party. Yet he wouldn't have made it into the parliamentary Labour Party as a candidate for the general election. Yet, because of his factional role and his relationship with the super-rich that, quite frankly, stinks, he was eased into the position of Ambassador to the United States of America. And that's the truth, whether or not people choose to admit it, and I will give way.
Mike Martin.
I thank him for giving way, and this is an important debate that deals with corruption on an international scale. It deals with victims, women and girls who've been victimised over years. And could I just ask the honourable gentleman to lift his eyes above factional Labour politics and focus on the issues at hand?
The point I'm making, he may not have understood. Maybe that's the Liberal position to these things, I don't know. What I'm talking about is the fact that victims of sexual abuse were put second to factional politics. The point I'm making is that this dirty, grubby, internal factional behaviour overrode these considerations. So, in fact, I don't disagree with him. That's the point I'm making, that these things, the lives of survivors, should have been put first. The the risk that Peter Mandelson posed to national security and his deep inappropriateness for the role of USA ambassador should have been put first. So it may be that he misunderstood me, but that's the very point I'm making. And the public deserve the truth. They need to know the full truth. They need to know who argued for Peter Mandelson, despite what is known about his relationship with Epstein, who argued for him to be pushed over the line and put into the role of Ambassador to the United States of America, who warned against it, and what was the role of the advisers around the Prime Minister. And I think that is fundamentally important. We can't have a situation that the public quite rightly view as totally unacceptable, because we need to know, and nothing should prevent it, exactly how this happened, because the public are completely baffled and completely disgusted. And the point has been made that we need to clean up our politics. And of course, that means no jobs for the boys when they're completely, deeply inappropriate and deeply unsuitable for it. Of course, that means looking at the role of big money in politics. Mandelson was infatuated by the rich and powerful in the same way that he was infatuated by the factional politics within the Labour Party. And these things resulted in him being appointed to that position despite what was known. And so I'll finish on this. A manuscript amendment may be brought, I don't know. It may satisfy members on this side of the House and on the other side of the House, I don't know. But no manuscript amendment will rub away this crisis. No manuscript amendment, nothing that can be said in this House will remove the fact that the appointment of Peter Mandelson as an ambassador to the United States of America, despite what was admitted was known at the time, is literally indefensible. Literally indefensible. And I think it is really telling that not a single member on any side of the House has tried to defend that today, although they have defended it previously. And so I'll just end on that, and I just want to come back to the point that my honourable friend tried to make. We can't have appointments in this country suborned to people's friendships or the role that they have played in the factions in an internal party. That puts a national interest at risk. It can put national security at risk. The Prime Minister said, country first, party second. What we can't have is faction first, country second. And I think that's what happened with the indefensible decision to appoint Peter Mandelson to this important role, despite the fact it was in the public domain that he'd continued his relations with Epstein when Epstein was in prison for soliciting child prostitution.
John Lamont.
Thank you very much. No matter which party we represent, no matter what deeply held differences we have, no matter how different our beliefs are, everyone in this chamber, and indeed anyone who serves the public, does so in the interest of this nation. We all signed up to serve our country, to do the best by Britain. Peter Mandelson has broken that vow. From politicians to civil servants, we all commit to the Nolan principles of public life. We promise to serve the public with integrity, objectivity, selflessness, accountability, openness, honesty. These principles state without qualifications that holders of public office should act solely in the terms of public interest. They state that holders of public office must avoid placing themselves under any obligation to people or organisations that might try inappropriately to influence them in their work. They state that holders of public office should act and take decisions in an open and transparent manner. Peter Mandelson has broken every one of these principles. And we are here, every single member of this House and the other place, swears an oath of allegiance to the Crown. Before we take our seats, we stand here in this very chamber and swear to be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law, so help me God. In years gone by, that oath was, of course, to Her late Majesty the Queen. It is an oath to the Crown, but it is also an oath to this country. It is a solemn pledge of loyalty to this nation and to its people. Peter Mandelson has betrayed that oath and betrayed Britain. The evidence is there for us all to see in the Epstein files. Peter Mandelson distributed critical, sensitive material about this country and its affairs. He conspired to work with foreign elites against this country's interests and against the policy of the government which he served. He gave some of the most privileged information to some very privileged people with the means and power to wield it. His actions could be classed as disloyal and duplicitous, even if the recipient of the information was of good standing. But in this case, the recipient of Peter Mandelson's leaks was a convicted paedophile. Privileged information was passed not only to a very privileged individual, but to a disgraced criminal, a grooming gang master, a grooming gang for the powerful and elite. Perhaps in the fullness of time, Epstein will be viewed as one of the worst grooming gang masters this planet has ever seen. And in doing so, Peter Mandelson has disgraced himself. His actions and his lack of candour are shameful in the extreme. But it's not his actions we should be concerned about. Earlier, I omitted one Nolan principle, the final one, and it is leadership. That is precisely what has been lacking from this government since its formation. This Nolan principle requires public servants to challenge poor behaviour whenever it occurs. Why was Peter Mandelson's behaviour not challenged by the Prime Minister before his appointment? Why was Peter Mandelson allowed to assume a key role when his friendship with Jeffrey Epstein was known? Absolutely.
Grateful to my honourable friend, and he's making a very powerful speech, grounded as it is in the Nolan principles. Does he agree with me that if the Prime Minister appointed someone who went on to breach all the Nolan principles in somewhere in a position as serious as that as the Ambassador to the United States, that would be a serious issue to deal with? The fact that he appointed that person who had already broken all the Nolan principles before his appointment, as well as after it, I think it makes the Prime Minister's position untenable.
My honourable friend is absolutely right. I mean, the position of the Prime Minister, particularly after his remarks during Prime Minister's questions earlier, does raise very serious questions about what he knew and when, and why on earth he made that appointment. I've been doing this job as a Member of Parliament since 2017, and previously to that as a Member of the Scottish Parliament for 10 years, so almost 20 years. Throughout that time, I've been aware of the rumours and the speculation about Mandelson. Indeed, he was sacked from Cabinet on 2 occasions for misconduct. Throughout his political life, there have been question marks raised about his credibility, his conduct and his scruples. So why was Peter Mandelson able to get away with distributing sensitive, privileged information while in office? Questions over Peter Mandelson's character and his loyalty to this country have to be answered. I'll give way to the honourable member who... Yes.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. Like him, I have been a member in this place for longer than I care to remember, and throughout that time, I have seen powerful men go unchallenged and cause havoc with our country as a result. He and I will want to change that for good, because this is well beyond any partisan concern. Does he agree with me that now is therefore the time to revisit the role of this House and this place in appointments, in scrutinising, particularly with select committees, and their capacity to object? Too many people have known for too long about a number of controversial characters that they are not fit for public office. It's time to bring back the disinfectants of democracy into that process. Does he agree?
I think the obvious question from the Honourable Lady's point is why on earth did the Prime Minister make that appointment when there was so much information about the toxic nature around Peter Mandelson? What on earth was the Prime Minister doing? And when you have Honourable Member, the Honourable Member for Hove, the Secretary, right Honourable Member for Hove, the Secretary of State doing the rounds, a Cabinet member doing the rounds, saying it was worth the risk. So clearly, even within the higher echelons of the Cabinet, not least the Prime Minister, there were concerns about this appointment, yet nobody did anything about it. This individual who had this association with this predator, with this grooming gang master, who was sharing information, who subsequently was caught sharing information with him, sensitive information, should never have been anywhere near that important office of our ambassador to the United States. So there are so many questions from the government that need to be answered, but there's crucial questions that the Prime Minister has to answer. And for me, the Prime Minister's conduct on this is completely unforgivable.
Paula Barker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Firstly, I want to place on record that my thoughts are with the women and girls who were victims of Epstein and his cronies. I'm also deeply concerned with those who suffered incredible loss through the financial crisis in 2008. Madam Deputy Speaker, this House is at its best when we can find common ground and put aside party politics for the good of our country. And I believe that we are seeing that today. And as the Deputy Chair of both the Standards and Privileges Committees, I take that responsibility seriously. And I believe colleagues would say, I always act without fear or favour. Standards in public life and the Nolan Principles are not optional to me, and they guide my work every day. As politicians, every single one of us in this place must be guided by them every single day. Our national security is of paramount importance, and I know that nobody in this House would want to undermine that. During the Hillsborough Law debate, it was made clear that there are existing legal protections for national security. At moments like this, we are reminded of the importance of the desperate need for the Hillsborough Law and a duty of candour. And during this debate today, it has been clear that allowing the ICS to have oversight is unquestionably the way forward. And at a time when public trust and confidence is at an all-time low with politicians and politics, we must individually and collectively lead the way and assure the public there is no hiding place for those who seek to betray our country for their own individual greed. Mandelson has a checkered history within my party. Some might say he has been a cat with 9 lives, being sacked from numerous positions. I cannot think of a more self-serving and self-absorbed politician than Peter Mandelson. A man who, whilst leaking market-sensitive information to a convicted paedophile and sex offender, whilst the country queued outside banks and building societies, wondering if their life savings had gone. A man who has benefited so much from being in this nauseous, disgusting web, he can't even remember his account being credited with $75,000. A man who had no respect for our national security and international relations because his nose was firmly in the trough. And I also think as a party, we must investigate the culture and those that have enabled Peter Mandelson to thrive for decades, constantly putting his own needs above those of our country and party. Leadership is about integrity, principle and vision. These are the values of my Labour Party, and we must embody them now more than ever. And I'm really sad to say that I am ashamed of the amendment that was laid today. And I think that we have to do much, much better, Madam Deputy Speaker. So I implore my government to withdraw their amendment and let the ICS deal with the issues, because that is the right thing to do. Therefore, Madam Deputy Speaker, if it is not withdrawn, it is with a heavy heart that I must vote against my government amendment today. And I have written to the Chief Whip earlier today to let him know of my intentions. I will give way.
There are rumours about that there may be some kind of manuscript amendment that brings something forward that members opposite do feel they can vote for. But does she agree with me that the fact that the government were willing to try and make Labour members opposite vote for the original amendment is something they should not forget?
Paula Barker.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his intervention, and I think I've made it clear what I think of the government amendment. I will end by saying, as my honourable friend did, the Prime Minister said consistently during the general election campaign that we must always put country before party. He promised the country that this Labour government will put country before party. I implore my government to ensure that that is what they do today.
Well said. Well said.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And this debate is crucial, it's seminal, but first of all, it's got to be, first and foremost, about the victims of the horrible web that Epstein created, the abuse of women, the abduction of women, the raping of women, the secret imprisonment of women, and them apparently flown in and out of major cities around the world for the convenience of rich and powerful men. Utterly disgusting, depraved and abominable behaviour at every single level. And every member that's called that out is absolutely right to do so. Epstein wasn't revealed yesterday, he wasn't convicted last week, he wasn't convicted last year, he was first convicted 18 years ago. It's not as if his record wasn't extremely well known. And it seems that we're now only debating it because of the inclusion of Peter Mandelson in all of this ghastly, nasty, vile, horrible web that was created by them. And so I think we do have a duty to do something important today, and I, for one, support the opposition motion that's been put forward, and I hope it is voted on, and we don't come to some crabby deal between the government and the opposition today to get a manuscript motion that kicks the whole thing into the long grass, long way away, on the pretence that we cannot discuss it because it might affect security or might affect international relations. Almost anything can affect international relations, and that to me sounds like a way in which the government would simply try and get out of it. The question is, fundamentally, one for the Prime Minister, and it's a bit odd that he's not here for the debate. It's a bit odd that he hasn't spoken in the debate. It's a bit odd that all he's done is said what he did today at Prime Minister's question time. I cannot believe that when he was about to appoint Peter Mandelson as the ambassador to Washington, he wasn't made fully aware of all of Peter Mandelson's record. He would have known the number of times Peter Mandelson was forced to resign, even from the Tony Blair government, because of his behaviour. He would have known all of that. He would have known Mandelson's record as an EU commissioner. He would have known Mandelson's record of an interesting relationship with global dealers in minerals and many other things. He would have known all of that, and yet he still went ahead, apparently despite Foreign Office and other advice, to appoint Mandelson as the ambassador to Washington. What a shame, what a disgrace, and what an appalling appointment to make. And we still don't even know if Mandelson is still being paid by the Foreign Office for that. And so I think today we've got to be very stern and very clear about this. There needs to be the fullest possible inquiry into all of this. Parliament is not competent to undertake this inquiry. The Cabinet Secretary is not competent. The civil service machine is not competent, because they've all been ensnared into this gilded, friendly web of Mandelson, the business contacts, the political contacts, the social contacts, under which favours were done, contracts apparently awarded, this ghastly company Palantir trying to get hold of our National Health Service, apparently at the behest of Mandelson and others. None of us here are competent to have that inquiry. That's why I intervened, and I thank those members that did give way earlier on how the inquiry should be conducted. I think it has to be on the basis of something judicially led, independent, and for the most part in the public eye, rather like eventually the government was forced to undertake the Chilcot inquiry into the Iraq War. That's the nearest parallel I can find, because it needs to expose the whole web that Mandelson created and the power play that he operated on within the civil service, within the political establishment, within the media, and so much else. The member for Leeds East made a wonderful and very, very powerful speech, and I thank him for the reference he made to what Mandelson said and did about me when I was leader of the opposition and leader of the Labour Party. I can just confirm to the House, under my leadership, Mandelson had no role, no influence and no part to play, because I do not trust the man, I do not believe the man, and we need to make that very, very clear, because his role in British politics has been basically malign, undermining and essentially a very corrupting influence altogether. And so when we look at our politics, we need to look at the role that big money plays, the role that patronage plays, the role that turning a blind eye to crime plays, because that is what we end up with, the national embarrassment of Mandelson being the ambassador to Washington, apparently on the basis that it was a risk worth taking in order to please Donald Trump, which I don't know if that succeeded in pleasing Donald Trump, but I did notice that at one of Donald Trump's endless press conferences, he couldn't remember who Mandelson was. So I'm not quite sure how big the impact had been on the president. And so today is a day of shame for our politics. It's a day of shame that we've got to this situation where it's now been exposed. Epstein was very, very powerful and very, very wealthy. Obviously, there needs to be more and more examination into that. They've uncovered more files than even Julian Assange managed to uncover in WikiLeaks. And these are going to be read and studied for a long time to come. And there are lots of people all around the world that were dragged into this ghastly web based on dishonesty, based on lies, based on corruption, and based on patronage. It's up to us as MPs, to fess up to what's happened and make sure there is a genuinely open, independent inquiry into all of this, and we look ourselves in the mirror about the standards of democracy we have in our society, the standards of patronage that continue within our society. Yes, of course.
I'm extremely grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman who's making a powerful speech, and he referred to his colleague opposite's speech on factionalism, and he made the point that we need an independent inquiry. One of the reasons for that will be the number of staff from Labour Together, a factional group within the Labour Party, who were appointed to civil service posts directly after the general election, including one, I believe, Jess Sargent, to the Cabinet Office's Propriety and Constitution Group. So we shouldn't have anyone opposite on the front bench trying to suggest, oh, don't question the impartiality of the civil service. They undermine the impartiality of the civil service, and we need an independent inquiry. If the public are to know, we're going to get to the truth.
I think that's a very fair point that the member makes, and of course the role of factions within parties is enormous. We've seen the role that Mandelson played, that Morgan McSweeney has played, and others have played in sidelining, silencing and getting rid of very good active people within the Labour Party, and ultimately it's the Labour Party that loses as a result of it. And I was extremely grateful for the role that Peter Mandelson played in the last election in Islington North. He came along and canvassed and we won with 50% of the vote. And so that's the only useful thing he's done for a very long time that I can remember. But the point the member makes is actually a very fair one, that it is right that ministers and governments should be able to bring political advisers in with them into government, and I remember discussing all this with Tony Benn in the 1970s about his view that the civil service was intrinsically conservative, intrinsically reactionary, and you did need voices in there that were prepared to speak up for an alternative policy. And I think I understand that point. But there has to be a limit somewhere about the role of the political advisor in running the civil service. That's the Rubicon they must not cross. They can advise the minister, that's reasonable, and they may have a very strong view, they may have a very different view to the civil service, that's fair enough. But they should not be there running the civil service, because if we believe in an independent civil service, then we must practice it, even though it's probably quite uncomfortable for ministers at various times. And so I conclude my contribution with this. I say to the government, don't come to some deal today to get past today. Don't just get through today and think, wow, we got through that mess, and they'll put it in their diaries and say, horrible day in the Commons, but tomorrow's another day, we'll move on. No. Let's have the open public inquiry that's necessary. Let's have the understanding that we are going to turn the page on the era of patronage, of the close relationship between commercial pressure groups and lobbying in the Lords and here and all around the media in our society, and really strive to build that open, fair, democratic society that we should all believe in. Those that suffered in order to gain universal suffrage and democracy didn't do that so we could develop a corrupt political system. They did it because they wanted an open, democratic, accountable system that worked for the benefit of the poorest in our society as well as everybody else. So let's pass that motion today. No deals, pass the motion, inquire with real seriousness into the horror show that we've heard about.
Order. I must inform the House the manuscript amendment to the Amendment A has been tabled by the Prime Minister, and I have selected that amendment. For the convenience of the House, the manuscript amendment adds the following words to the end of the current amendment, which shall instead be referred to the Intelligence and Security Committee of Parliament. Copies of the manuscript amendment are now available in the Vote Office. I will call the Minister to move that amendment formally when winding up the debate. The debate now continues with Dr Scott Arthur.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I've been waiting for 3 hours to speak in this debate, and I was wanting to talk about consensus, but it seems that my speech is just one place too late. And I want to start by following on from the member from Islington North and the point he made about recovering Mandelson's pay, or at least stopping the pay being awarded to him. I have to say, constituents in Edinburgh South West want to go further and recover his pension as well. But I do want to start by thanking the opposition front bench for bringing this debate today. I think it's right that we do debate these issues, and I think certainly people in my constituency expect that to happen. In terms of consensus, though, I think where we're at is that the SNP, Greens and Lib Dems back the original humble address. I'm not sure if your party backs it or not, or perhaps the gentleman was just speaking on his own behalf. The Conservatives seem to accept that their humble address was a little bit reckless, and they want to support the involvement of the ISC. And now the government has shown leadership and brought that in. I think that's where we're at. I mean, feel free to correct me. Do you want to correct me? Sorry. They may want to correct me. I'm happy to take an intervention. But I did expect to come here today, Mr. Speaker, and hear a little bit more about what Mandelson may or may not have been getting up to during the era of Alistair Darling and Gordon Brown trying to save our economy. Gordon Brown's a man I have huge respect for, a man of real integrity, and Alistair Darling is a predecessor in my seat. Again, he was a man of great integrity and someone who I really respected. Like Mandelson, I think we can all agree, was the complete opposite of these two great men, these two political leaders of my era. And I don't doubt that once that criminal investigation is completed, there will be a public inquiry that some people are talking about. But I think it's right that we have focused on Mandelson's links with Epstein today, and I think the member for Bolsover made that absolutely clear about why that is so important. Very happy to. Very happy to.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. He's just said that he thinks it's absolutely right that this House focuses on Peter Mandelson's links with Jeffrey Epstein, and I welcome him for suddenly coming to that conclusion. Can I ask him why, then, the Prime Minister felt it necessary to appoint him as the US ambassador when he, after this afternoon's revelation, knew that he still had a relationship with him?
Dr. Arthur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mean, that's why I'm here in this debate this afternoon, because I want to see these documents released so we can understand what decisions were made. You might not guess it, but you might not guess it. Go for it.
Andrew Snowden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for giving way. We know the decision that was making. He was appointed ambassador whilst knowing that there was a relationship with a convicted paedophile, and it was worth the risk. So what is worth the risk? What is the level of relationship that is acceptable with a paedophile? Is it coffee in the morning or dinner at night? What is that level? There should be none with a convicted paedophile.
Scott Arthur.
Hopefully the documents will explain what has happened. Hopefully. I mean, can I just expand on one point? You know, so I know I don't look at it, but I've been around for a long time. I can remember Mandelson's first lap, then his second lap, then I'm going to the Lords, and now this third lap. So my general perception of him is not someone I would trust. I wouldn't buy a. I'll come back. I wouldn't buy a second-hand car from him. But that's based on my perception of the media. I've not seen the vetting they went through. When the chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee went through what the selection procedure was, and I accept that's a procedure that this government's inherited, I thought it was an absolute shambles the way the steps they went through. Nothing what I would expect. I expected much more detail. So hopefully these documents will give us a bit more detail. Happy to give way.
I'm grateful for the honourable member for giving way. He's just said that he wouldn't have bought a second-hand car from Mandelson. So would he have made him ambassador to the United States?
Based on my knowledge of him, absolutely not. But I've not seen the vetting documents as insubstantial as they appear. I've not seen them.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. Given the fact that he would not have appointed, rightly I think, he would not have appointed Peter Mandelson as ambassador to the United States of America, does he have any confidence that the Prime Minister, one, made the right decision at that point, or can make the right decision on any other national security issue ever again?
Take care. Dr. Scott Arthur.
We heard from the Prime Minister at lunchtime at length today, at the Prime Minister's questions time. We're going to release this information. That's a chance for people to look at this. I think we can speculate, but what this debate is about today is about releasing this information into the public domain so people can be reassured that the right decision has been made. And if it's not, we can question it. Do you want to?
Still for giving way. He was here earlier when I raised the possibility of how we learn not just to deal with this situation, and I am with colleagues who are not happy about the amendments that were originally proposed, but also what we can do fundamentally, because the truth is this is not the first time that we have seen controversial people appointed to positions. Does he, as a relatively new MP, share my interest in learning from other jurisdictions around the world where you have pre-appointment hearings by, say, for example, select committees that can object to a shortlist, that we toughen up the role of this place in being the eyes and ears about what good democracy practice looks like?
Dr. Scott Arthur.
I have to say, Mr. Speaker, I really thank the Honourable for that point, but the description of the vetting procedure described by the Chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee just seems so insubstantial to me. So absolutely right, we have to do much better. I'm in the process of recruiting a community engagement officer, and it felt like we had more rigour in appointing that person in terms of checking the background than the process that was described. I mean, I do have to accept perhaps I might have understood the process that was described. So it's right that we have focused on Mandelson's links with Epstein, absolutely. But I'm also reflecting on the fact that if Mandelson wasn't included in this data release at the weekend, perhaps we would have been speaking about Andrew Windsor and Sarah Ferguson today as well. And I think they are perhaps the winners in this. Another point, earlier I was guilty of saying the member for Edinburgh South had misread the room in terms of how he was presenting his arguments. But he was right in one point. He was right when he said that Mandelson is a traitor. And I think, hopefully, meant not just a traitor to the UK, but also a traitor to the survivors of sexual abuse from Epstein and survivors of sexual abuse everywhere, actually. So I think, I really do think that residents in Edinburgh South West and everywhere expect us to work together on this today and reach consensus. And hopefully we can do that. I'm still not sure that the Lib Dems, SNP and the Greens are on board yet, but I think we're coming much closer together. And I think... So, because it seemed that, apologies, it seems that the SNP Greens and Lib Dems perhaps were wanting to back the original humble address rather than including the ISC being involved in the process. That was my understanding.
Lisa Smart.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful for him letting me intervene. I said explicitly in my remarks from the Lib Dem front bench that I welcomed the Minister's openness to the ISC being part of this. So I'm glad he gave me the opportunity to clarify.
Really grateful for the correction. As ever, perhaps I wasn't listening quite as carefully as I should have been. So I really do thank you. So I'll just end by thanking our front bench for, I think, listening to the arguments from this side and from right across the chamber, showing a bit of leadership, and hopefully bringing us together with some consensus. Oh, go for it, go for it.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for giving way. His speech is coming across to me as quite miraculous, and not in a good way, in that he is claiming that his front bench have shown leadership this afternoon. Let's say to the House exactly what's happened. His leadership and his front bench have changed and amended this legislation today, or the motion today, because they knew that the people over there wouldn't have voted for the original one.
No, can we just reflect for a second? I think the original humble address was reckless. It was going to put information which would have damaged our country into the public domain. And what the minister, and you can argue that the minister's original amendment perhaps was an overreaction to that. But we're getting to a good place now. We're reaching consensus. Very happy, Tim Trice.
Specific point of our amendment then, had all things been equal, would he have gone through the I lobby or the no lobby when that division was called?
Lord Scott Arthur.
I had complete confidence in the minister reaching consensus within the House today. But I would, but seriously, look, would members opposite voted for their own motion today, which would have put that sensitive information in the public domain? I really doubt it. I really doubt it. I think better of them. Thank you.
Very quickly, I think our motion was very clear, and we do know when it comes to the IEC and how evidence and information is brought forward. My point, Mr. Speaker, was very clear. Would he have come with us on that motion, or would he have gone against it?
Scott Arthur.
Mr. Speaker, I'm trying to sit down. I'll do so.
Marvellous. Sir John Whittingdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've had some very powerful speeches in this debate, and actually I think it's a credit to this House that we are discussing this issue and the appalling behaviour of Jeffrey Epstein in a way that is not being discussed in Washington. However, what we have heard in the last few days has been truly shocking. The photos, the emails, the revelations of the very close nature that Peter Mandelson had with Jeffrey Epstein, which actually now raises questions potentially of criminality and even treason. But beyond that, actually what the House is asking is how was it that somebody who was already established to have had to resign twice from government in disgrace, who had questions over his performance in the European Commission, and then was known to have maintained a very close friendship with a convicted paedophile. How did that man ever come to be regarded as an appropriate appointee as our ambassador in Washington? That was one of the issues, and that was the critical issue, which the Foreign Affairs Committee was anxious to examine. We did repeatedly ask that Peter Mandelson come before the committee. He did not. We were told eventually that we had had an opportunity to speak to him briefly over breakfast when we were in Washington, and therefore that was sufficient. It was not sufficient. We were not able to ask him any of the questions. We did, subsequently, have the opportunity to ask those questions of the Permanent Under-Secretary of the Foreign Office and the Cabinet Secretary. And the Chair of the Committee has already set out some of the issues that were raised. But I think it is worth repeating. We were told that in the appointment of Lord Mandelson, there were 3 parts, that the process consisted of 3 stages. The first stage, because this was a political appointment at the direct instruction of the Prime Minister, therefore there was no interview panel, there was no fireside chat, which would normally take place between the appointing minister and the candidate. Instead, the Foreign Office was told that this was the wish of the Prime Minister. And instead, he was asked to fill in a conflict of interest form in order to understand his private interests that might have some conflict with his position. I give way to Mark.
I'm very grateful for the Right Honourable Gentleman for giving way. The Prime Minister made a huge deal about a process having gone through when he was answering questions from the Leader of the Opposition earlier today. If I understand him correctly, is it that the process was the Prime Minister wanted Peter Mandelson?
That was made absolutely clear right from the start. Indeed, the Permanent Under-Secretary described this as a political appointment, which was the direct instruction of the Prime Minister. Wow. But I do want to just go through the 3 stages. So this first stage, the conflict of interest form, as the chair of the Select Committee actually brought out, essentially what this consisted of was Peter Mandelson being asked to fill in a form and to choose what to put down on it. And there was no subsequent questioning about anything that did not appear on his form. The form, of course, is something that we have not seen, and I hope that as part, indeed, I believe that as part of the motion which we are likely to pass today, that form should now be made public. Also, as a part of the potential conflict of interest, I did raise with the Permanent Under-Secretary the question of Lord Mandelson's continuing shareholding in Global Council. The Permanent Under-Secretary replied to me, "This was honestly the hardest bit of the process for both of us. Lord Mandelson was a founder of the company. While he was confident that he could conduct his role as ambassador without giving rise to a conflict, we wanted to make sure we mitigated that possibility in some ways." So the conclusion was not that Lord Mandelson should dispose of his shareholding. Instead, there were some Chinese walls put in place which would ensure that he wasn't aware of who the clients of Global Council were, or indeed the work being undertaken. And I listened with concern to the speech from my honourable friend on the front bench about the meeting that took place with Palantir. I think that that raises real questions about the effectiveness, just one second, the effectiveness of the so-called undertakings that were put in place by the Foreign Office, and we need to understand that. Of course I get it.
Thank you for allowing me, but I rise with incredulity to learn that the interest was there was not a requirement to dispose of the interest. I recall going through ethics and propriety when being made a minister that it would be entirely inappropriate to hold things. I know of colleagues who had to dispose of interest. Would you agree with me that if the noble Baroness Grey was perhaps still running propriety and ethics, something like this would not have happened?
Sir John Whittingham. I completely share the view of my right friend. Like her, I too went through a process in which I was required to get rid of rather smaller shareholding interests than the one held by Lord Mandelson. But this is just one of a huge range of questions to which we need to know the answer. The second stage of the process.
Before my friend moves on from that stage, may I thank you
Alicia
so
Kearns.
One other appointment we've had, and some might argue he is the de facto Foreign Secretary, is the National Security Advisor, Jonathan Powell. How can we have confidence that he went through the appropriate vetting, not least when he's running around having secret meetings with Wang Yi and other Chinese senior officials, when we cannot have confidence that it was done in the American ambassador, our ambassador to America?
John Whittingdale.
Well, I mean, I think once we get the revelations of the documents as to precisely what occurred in the case of Lord Mandelson, that is bound to raise questions about what procedures were followed in the case of other appointees, and particularly the one that she raises, Jonathan Powell, who in many ways is the Foreign Secretary of this country. The second stage of the process, we were told, was the due diligence carried out by the Cabinet Office. The due diligence consisted of identification of information and a second part of it, which was judgment about it. However, all of the information that was obtained in the due diligence was actually in the public domain already. There was no additional investigation take place. It was simply, essentially, an internet trawl. That report, the due diligence report, was presented to the Cabinet Secretary for onward transmission to the Prime Minister. However, even at that time, actually, due diligence through an internet trawl would have already shown up the fact that Peter Mandelson had been to stay in the townhouse belonging to Jeffrey Epstein after his conviction. So the continuing association after his conviction had already been reported in the press and therefore was bound to form a part of the due diligence process. And the question which has been raised several times in this debate already, which is when the appointment was made, did the Prime Minister know? And we understand that potentially he did, which I assume was contained in the due diligence report. That was put directly to the Cabinet Secretary. Did you tell the Prime Minister about Mandelson staying in the Manhattan townhouse when Epstein was in jail? And all that the Cabinet Secretary said to us was, I will consider whether there is further information that can be shared and write to the committee. We have never had a full answer to that question. And then the third part of the process was the developed vetting, which we're told is a usual process for very senior appointments. It consists of a wide range of different investigations. We're told it's staff files, company records checks, check of spent and unspent criminal records, credit history, a check of security service records, and an interview not just of the candidate but also of the referees that have been supplied by a trained investigating officer. I think we will need to see the outcome of that report, even if it can only be provided, as the government has now conceded, to the Intelligence and Security Committee. But taken together with those three processes, the Prime Minister still decided there was no obstacle to the appointment of Peter Mandelson as Ambassador to the United States. We then come to the question put to him, Prime Minister's questions, following the Bloomberg report of the large number of emails. The Foreign Office learnt of those emails the night before Prime Minister's questions, and I pressed the Permanent Under-Secretary as to whether or not Number 10 had been told that these emails contained material evidence which could potentially change the whole perception of Lord Mandelson's relationship. He said that he had a duty of care to Lord Mandelson and therefore he needed to make checks. He essentially told us that Number 10 had not been informed. I find that very hard to believe. As somebody who used to prepare the Prime Minister for the answering questions, the idea that something was not told to the Prime Minister of that order seems absolutely extraordinary. But there is another question which I think needs to be asked. The British government say that they discovered of all these emails which prove that the relationship was very long-standing and much closer than had ever been admitted by Lord Mandelson. They discovered them because Bloomberg obtained copies in a leak. They were held by the US government in the Department of Justice for months. The US government knew all about them, but it was only when we're told Bloomberg obtained them that the British government found out.
Will you give way on that point?
Of course I will.
So you believe it's conceivable then that the government did not ask, is there any compromat on the US ambassador, the British ambassador, to become the US ambassador on that basis? Because it seems incredulous that this has been known about, as he rightly pointed out in his speech, for years.
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and I think there are two possible questions. The first is, why didn't the British government ever ask the US government, who they knew had all this material from Jeffrey Epstein, whether it contained any additional information that might be relevant to the appointment of Peter Mandelson? Or equally, our relationship, we are told, with the United States is so close. We share intelligence. Is it really the case that they didn't feel it necessary to tell us? Either way, it is an appalling breakdown of communication, and I have to say I find it very difficult to believe. These are all questions which we pressed the Permanent Under-Secretary on, that we pressed the Cabinet Secretary on, and we failed to obtain any answers. And I have to say that my confidence in a further investigation by the Cabinet Secretary is actually influenced by his failure, really, to answer any of these questions when he came before the Select Committee the first time.
Would my right honourable friend give way?
Of course I can.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. Once the Bloomberg leak had been done, I'm sure my right honourable friend remembers that many of us asked the government, surely now that these things have turned out to be true, surely we should now turn Lord Mandelson, Peter Mandelson, inside out, as if he had become outed as a spy. And surely the things which have now been released over the weekend would have come out. Is he surprised, like I am, that the government did not seem to do the investigation into Peter Mandelson subsequent to him being fired?
I completely share the astonishment expressed by my honourable friend. And as further revelations come out about the behaviour of Jeffrey Epstein, particularly in relation to his links with Russia and other hostile powers, you'd have thought then again the government would say, please, if there is anything involving Peter Mandelson, we wish to know about this. The potential damage to our national interests that may have occurred as a result of Lord Mandelson's continuing to feed information to Jeffrey Epstein is huge, and that is something which has not yet even begun to be properly exposed.
With my honourable friend.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. In his interrogation of the Permanent Under-Secretary of the Foreign and Commonwealth Office and the Cabinet Secretary, was he able to shed any light on another part of our motion about whether there was any severance payments made to Lord Mandelson, how much they were? Because if there were payments made, we should be seeking to get them back for the taxpayer.
My honourable friend is absolutely right and actually anticipates my exact next point in that I asked the question.
Well, sir.
I asked the question to the Permanent Under-Secretary whether or not he was still on the civil service payroll. I was told he was not. I was asked whether or not a settlement payment had been made, and I was told that he had resigned, but that his contract would be honoured. And when I asked whether or not that included a payment, I was told it was a confidential matter between him and the civil service, but that I will see if I can actually find it, because the exact wording is worth my just quoting again. So I said, so the Foreign Office is not going to give any information as to whether the payment was made to him, to which the Permanent Under-Secretary said, any implications of his termination will be reported in our annual report and accounts, but termination payments below a particular threshold, which I think is £300,000, do not get itemised. So I think the quick answer is no. However, I hope that, again, that is something which the government has now indicated will be made public. I want to conclude my remarks by saying, of course, I recognise that...
Could you give way just before you give
Just before I do, yeah.
I'm really grateful for the right honourable gentleman for giving way. And I'm just thinking about the response that he got from the Permanent Under-Secretary. Do you think that was a Permanent Under-Secretary trying to be helpful to his committee? Or do you think that was obfuscation and telling elected members of Parliament to get their nose out of his business?
Say to my old friend, I regarded the whole session as a sort of masterpiece in Sir Humphrey's speak. It was an awful lot of words conveying very little substance. But I just want to come back to this point. I absolutely understand the necessity of not revealing information that may be damaging to national security. But I think, as one or two members have already said, actually transparency is really important here. And therefore, I hope that the government will make public as much as is possible. And certainly as a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, I will be pressing that the committee look at this, all the information that is published and follow up on the rather unsatisfactory session that we already had. Madam Deputy Speaker, I just want to conclude with my overall impression, having looked at this process in some depth. It was clear that the Prime Minister wanted Peter Mandelson to be our ambassador in the United States. The Foreign Office had to conduct the usual procedures, and we heard about the three parts of the process. But I believe that the message was very clearly sent to the Foreign Office: go through your motions, but make sure that it ends up with his approval being granted. And that has been the overriding impression, that to some extent boxes were ticked, but the Foreign Office were told very clearly he is to be the next ambassador. And that was a direct instruction of the Prime Minister.
Andrew Lewin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I must start by putting on record my horror at the crimes of Jeffrey Epstein, as so many honourable members have done today. This man is a paedophile and a perpetrator of evil acts. The pain of the victims and their families must be unimaginable. And I want to pay tribute to the speech made by my honourable friend, the member for Bolsover, earlier today, which was incredibly brave and powerful, and my words cannot match hers. But if you were not in the chamber, I urge all colleagues to watch that speech. I think it's clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the House is united in disdain at the actions of Lord Mandelson. And it was always my intention to speak briefly this afternoon, and it was always my intention to talk about this being an opportunity for the House to come together. Because I think it's unmistakably the case that when we talk to our constituents, so often people will say, why don't you talk to each other like human beings? Why don't you respect to each other? Why don't you respect each other? Why is this place a pantomime so often? But it isn't always the case, and today it absolutely has not been the case. We do respect each other. I've been here for 18 months. I have the humility to say I have much to learn about this place, but there are many people on all sides of this chamber who I admire greatly. And this afternoon, just to call out a few of them, the member for North Dorset's speech, the chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, the very important intervention of the former Deputy Prime Minister, which we'll come to a little bit later, the interventions from the member for Rutland and Stamford. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is not just today that we listen to each other and should listen to each other. One example, members who know me will know I'm a passionate pro-European. I define as a social democrat and internationalist. Some will cheer that, others will not. One who probably would not, and is not in this place today, is the member for Chingford and Woodford Green. There isn't a huge amount that we would agree on, but whenever he speaks on international affairs, I do my utmost to come and listen to him because of the experience that he has in this House. And I'm very surprised to see he's not in his place today, but the member for Strangford, the only thing that matches his number of interventions, in Westminster Hall, is his decency as a man and as a parliamentarian. So I wanted to put all of that on the record. The focus today, of course, though, rightly has been on Mandelson. There is unity in contempt for his actions, the scandalous and the brazen way in which government information was leaked, how we undermined the government and his colleagues seemingly at every turn. His actions will offend every British citizen, every public servant and every member of this House. It's why decisive action was needed, and it's why this debate this afternoon was so important. I do wholeheartedly welcome the decision that has been made and proposed by the government that the Intelligence and Security Committee will determine which documents are released. And I want to commend the courage of those who made that argument earlier today, not knowing if they would be successful in making their case, but also the courage of the government to accept those recommendations.
I will. I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way on that point, and he has articulated very eloquently how we have come together in this House, both to roundly condemn the role that Mandelson has played in the corrupt web around Jeffrey Epstein, but also that we have come out to say together we must have all the full facts laid bare, and I hope that he will join me in congratulating the government on conceding and putting forward the amendment for independent scrutiny by the IFC so that they will oversee the disclosure of the appropriate documents.
Thank you. I wholeheartedly agree with my honourable friend, and that's why I began my remarks by saying this has been an important day for this House, because I sincerely believe that we are collectively in a much better place now than we were when we started the debate. I will.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way and for the tone of the speech that he is giving. He talks about us having moderate language and being representatives of our constituents, and I agree with him. But in addition to that, we are elected to this place, hopefully, because of our judgment and the trust of our electorate. Now, whatever the outcome of this debate and whatever the outcome of those documents, we already know that the public knew, the media knew, our constituents knew, we all knew, and we discovered at about 12 o'clock today, the Prime Minister knew that Lord Mandelson had a close personal relationship with a convicted paedophile. Does he think the Prime Minister can still command the trust of this House and the public?
Yeah, very well. I think there are unquestionably things that we did not know. And I listened incredibly carefully to the Prime Minister in PMQs today, and he was clear, and it was a personal statement for him, that he has felt lied to at every single stage of the process. And the precise reason why I think everybody in this House wants to see every single document published that we possibly can is to get to the bottom of that. But I believe the Prime Minister. I'll make some progress. All of us in this House deserve the truth. Everyone in the country deserves the truth. And most importantly of all, so does every victim. Mandelson's time in public life was a very dark chapter. It is the duty of this House to shine a light on it and give the public the answers that they absolutely deserve.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This situation stinks. Peter Mandelson maintained a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein after he had been convicted. This wasn't before anyone knew about his grotesque crimes, not when it was being whispered about, but after his conviction, when the world knew exactly who and what Jeffrey Epstein was. Yet before his appointment as ambassador to the United States, senior Labour MPs went on television and social media to praise him, members sitting opposite today. They knew the facts, because by that point, it was already public knowledge that Mandelson had stayed in Epstein's New York home while Epstein was serving time as a convicted paedophile. When asked about this last September, the Prime Minister told this House he had full confidence in Peter Mandelson, despite knowing about his close relationship with Epstein. That's right, the leader of the Labour Party and the Prime Minister had full confidence in a man that was besties with a convicted nonce. What a disgrace. And what we are witnessing is not accountability, it is the Westminster Club protecting its own. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is not just about this Labour government. Large sections of the media also play their part. Mandelson didn't simply drift back into public life. He was rehabilitated, rebranded, presented as respectable. He was welcomed on the BBC's flagship programme as a wiser, elder statesman, given differential treatment by The Spectator, The Guardian and The Sunday Times. These are the same outlets that lecture relentlessly about standards and morality when it is a trade unionist, a protester, a working class person who puts a foot wrong. But when it's one of their own, the tone changes. Suddenly it's about experience, pragmatism, it's about getting things done. This is how power protects itself. And what about the victims, the girls and the young women abused by Epstein? They received an apology by Mandelson only after sustained pressure. It was not freely given, not offered because it was the right thing to do. And until recently, he still enjoyed the Zone 2 dinner party treatment, with magazine-style PR photos of Mandelson being published only this week. Then, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is the money. At least $75,000 was transferred from Epstein to Mandelson. He says he can't remember the transactions. If £75,000 landed in the bank account of almost anyone else in the country, they definitely would remember. To claim otherwise is contemptuous and goes to the heart of why trust in politics is collapsing. If those in power can't remember vast sums of money flowing into their accounts, then why should the public believe that they are acting in their public interest? Madam Deputy Speaker, this has only come to light because American authorities released the Epstein files. We are told that the UK has no record of Mandelson's emails. If those files hadn't been released, he would have sailed back into public life, shielded by friendly journalists and wealthy backers. That's how broken our political culture has become. And now further emails have emerged, raising serious questions about whether market-sensitive information was leaked while he was at the heart of government. When ordinary people make mistakes, they pay the price. Nurses are disciplined, teachers are suspended, care workers lose their jobs. But if you belong to the Westminster Club, you can be linked to one of the most notorious predators of our time and still reach the top. Yes.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. I wonder if she agrees with me that potentially every single working person, retired person and child of this country has paid the price for some of these comments. Because if Mandelson did indeed share information relating to the financial crash, it has cost everybody a fortune, and he owes every member of this country an apology.
I absolutely agree. This is a systemic issue, and that's why I support the calls for an independent, judge-led public inquiry. Madam Deputy Speaker, yes, Peter Mandelson was eventually removed as US Ambassador, but he remained in the House of Lords and as a Labour Party member until 3 days ago. So the Labour Party cannot pretend that this was some distant mistake quietly corrected a long time ago. This was a decision they defended until they were forced to abandon it, and he should never have been appointed in the first place. If this Labour government believes that the appointment was proper, then it should stop stonewalling and prove it. Publish all the documents, the vetting, the advice, the risk assessments, the correspondence, and the contracts, including Palantir. Instead, the Prime Minister tabled an amendment to withhold any papers deemed prejudicial to national security or international relations. We know that when governments fear scrutiny, they wrap themselves up in the flag and hope that the public will look away. If there's nothing to hide, why carve out broad exemptions in advance? And the government's last-minute manuscript amendment is a desperate attempt to control dissent on the Labour backbenches. This is not accountability, it is not transparency, it's delay and it's damage control. They are kicking the can down the road in the hope that the outrage will fade and the questions will go away. Well, they won't. And that's why I'm supporting calls for an independent, judge-led public inquiry. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is not just about Peter Mandelson. It is about a system that protects the powerful and disregards the public. The victims deserved better, the British public deserve better. So the government must publish all the documents and the corruption and the cover-up and stop insulting the public with empty words when what we need is transparency. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister said he had full confidence in Peter Mandelson. While the public has no confidence in him, he should do the honourable thing and resign.
Madam Deputy Speaker, there is an old proverb. It may indeed be of Russian extraction, which maybe would be fitting enough. And it says this: tell me who your friend is, and I will tell you who you are.
Yeah.
And doesn't that sum up Peter Mandelson?
Yeah.
The friend of the child abuser, the friend of Jeffrey Epstein. He is the living personification of that proverb. He is a man apparently so corrupted in his own morals that he thinks what he did was okay, and perhaps corrupted financially. And that corruption, of course, is the product of his intoxication as a freeloader on the rich and the powerful.
Yeah.
And he has brought us to a very sorry pass indeed. But the abiding two words that will live from today relate to the Prime Minister. And they are, he knew.
Yeah. Yeah.
That is what will long outlive this debate.
Yeah.
He knew when he appointed him that he had this ongoing relationship with Epstein. He told us today, but he didn't know the depth of the relationship. Sorry, it's not about depth. It's not a question of scale. It's a question of, was there a relationship?
Yeah.
And the very fact there was should have been enough for any Prime Minister.
Yeah.
And that calls fundamentally into question the judgment of our Prime Minister.
None.
Our Prime Minister, and he is our Prime Minister, is a man who has to, on the world stage, make fine judgments. Day and daily, he has to make judgments that affect us all. And if on a matter so glaring as this, his judgment is patently and fatally flawed, then it does raise fundamental question of how we can trust the Prime Minister's judgment. Even those who knew Peter Mandelson tangentially would have had enough suspicions to question his appointment. We in Northern Ireland know something of him. He was our Secretary of State at the turn of the century for 2 years, until he had to resign over the passport application scandal. I then next encountered him when I was a member of the European Parliament, when he was the United Kingdom's Commissioner in the EU Commission, appointed then as the Trade Commissioner from 2004 to 2008. And that was not uncontroversial. 2006, I well remember in the European Parliament, controversy about the fact that he had been holidaying on a yacht with an Italian tycoon whose business had benefited from his imposition of EU anti-dumping tariffs on Chinese shoes. And the Italian manufacturer of shoes was a beneficiary of those anti-dumping tariffs. And there he was, months later, on his yacht.
Wow.
2 years later, he was on another yacht. Must be something about yachts. In Corfu, with a Russian oligarch. Mr. Mandelson, as Trade Commissioner, had just cut the EU import tariffs on aluminium, benefiting the oligarch company, Rusal, who were in the business, in the aluminium business. Yes, I'll be back.
Very grateful for giving way. Would you agree with me that there may be some considerable merit in both the Commission and the Parliament, just looking over their paperwork, to see precisely where these things link and whether he breached rules when he was serving as a Commissioner?
That's the point I was coming to. Sadly, maybe the European Union being the European Union, there was no great interest in investigating those matters. They were rather swept under the carpet. But I do say this to the government. He was there as the United Kingdom's commissioner on the Commission. And I think that gives status and opportunity to venture into inquiries about those matters. And then, of course, he came back to be sacked again. Now, all of that is largely in the public domain. Before we come next or near Epstein, and yet equally in the public domain at the point of appointment was the knowledge that he had this ongoing relationship with a man who, upon his release from prison for his child abuse, Mandelson described it as his liberation. And our Prime Minister decided he was a suitable person to be our ambassador in probably the most important capital in the world, in Washington. That was a fatal flaw of judgment by the Prime Minister. And it will, I fear, hallmark much of his premiership, that a man who made a decision such as that, and then came to this House in September, when these things began to leak out, and expressed his confidence in Mandelson. So not just had we the flawed judgment in appointing him, we then had the continuing upholding of him by the expression of confidence, until finally the Prime Minister ran out of road on this issue. But he has left hanging around his neck that fatal flaw and misstep, and it's more than that, in appointing him. It was a fatal mistake, a flaw of judgment, and it does raise a fundamental point as to the ongoing credibility of this Prime Minister, and that is the abiding legacy of this situation.
Dr. Luke Evans.
Beware of Greeks bearing gifts. It's a slightly obscure quote, and it comes from a Trojan priest. And he was the one who spotted the warning, because many of you know the wider story of the Trojan horse. He said, beware of Greeks bearing gifts. Because actually, the moral of the story in terms of the Trojan horse was the fact that warnings were there and they were ignored. That's fundamental to what we're seeing here today, because Troy didn't fall because there was no warnings. It was because they were dismissed, sent away, ignored. The advice was ignored, and it led to catastrophe. Now let's apply that to our Prime Minister today. He appointed an ambassador known literally for decades as the Dark Knight for operating behind the scenes. That was his reputation. Not only on that basis, he was sacked not once, but twice from his cabinet roles. So every instinct in me says no other member of Parliament, both on this side or the other, would think they are a suitable candidate to be ambassador of this great nation to one of our greatest allies. And we've heard we can't have more information because of national security.
Rubbish.
But this side of the House, we're not asking to see the blueprints of the horse or the set out of the blueprints of the walls of Troy. No, we're simply asking, was he warned before he wheeled through the Trojan horse that is Mandelson into government? Did he receive any information? Did he know anything? And I was thinking about this point this morning until we heard the Prime Minister speak today at Prime Minister's Questions. As has rightly been pointed out only in the speech before me, he did know. This isn't analogue or digital. He knew He knew there were concerns, and yet he went on and made an appointment. So this is not about the intelligence that we're looking at, but actually the judgment to understand whether advice was given and whether it was followed. It's not how that advice was written, it's simply whether or not it was inferred, passed on, and ignored. Now, what hasn't been mentioned in this debate is that we've been round this once before. We had a Standing Order 24 debate, for those of you who remember, only just before Christmas. And at that time, I raised the point, why did the Prime Minister not come to the House? He is the one, by his own admission, who makes the decisions. He, therefore, knows all the answers. And when he came into government and he stood at the doors of number 10, he said he wanted to do things differently. All he has proved is that he doesn't have the leadership to come and answer the very questions that need to be put to him. Yet again, we're spending parliamentary time debating about whether there will be information released, which he knows himself. He could have spent the next 5 hours that we're going to spend debating this, answering the questions and setting this right. But instead, he's not here. Now, you'll often answer, well, convention states that no other prime ministers did it. Well, actually, some of them did. But more importantly, this prime minister said he was going to be different. This prime minister told us he wanted to see change.
On that point,
I will take an interview.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. I found today shocking where the Prime Minister has openly admitted that he knew that Mandelson had an ongoing relationship with a convicted paedophile at the time he appointed him.
Yeah.
And anything else we discuss today, that goes against any value I stand for in my life, any value my constituents will stand for. Yeah. Does my honourable friend believe that it's untenable for the Prime Minister to stay in his position?
Yeah.
I think he's absolutely right, because as Troy fell because leaders ignored when the horse was at the gates, the advice given then, Prime Ministers fall for the same reason. And so he is either saying his judgment was so catastrophic that he didn't see what all of us have instinctively, or that he chose to ignore the information. And both of them, either outcome, are the problem facing us today.
Yeah.
Now, it's customary in these kind of debates for me to pose questions towards the ministerial team here. But actually, I'm not going to do that. My question is to the people behind them. Because why are we having a humble address? This is the very opportunity, the very literal reason we have humble addresses. They exist in moments like this for when there's stalling in scrutiny, when we can't get the answers that this House demands, when there's obfuscation and no way forward. We are asking today the monarch to compel the government to give that information out. And that's not important just for the party politics, but important for both sides of this House and the wider country. Now, the House and the motion doesn't ask the other side to condemn. It simply asks to clarify. We need to know who said what, when, why, who knew what, with whom, and what were the discussions. I think that's something that could be supported on all sides of the House.
Yeah.
Clarity is what a humble address strives for. Backbenchers are not being asked to defend or attack the appointment at all. They're simply being asked to step forward and vote for a motion that means all of us, here in this House and across the country, get to understand why the Prime Minister made his decision. Because if he won't come to the dispatch box and answer the questions to do so, maybe the very documentation that he's seen and signed off will show the answers. So I ask them on the other side of the House, do support this motion, do stand up for that simple transparency, and let's get some clarity on what has happened and what is going to happen going forward.
Yeah.
Sir Christopher Chair.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a pleasure to follow my honourable friend, who participates a lot more frequently than I do in these Opposition Day debates, and on the basis of the quality of the debate today, I should come along more often. I must say that the background to this, the immediate background to this, is the ghastly behaviour of Epstein and the sexual abuse and the child trafficking and all that goes with it. And I asked the question the other day as to whether that sexual trafficking might involve not just women and girls but also young men. And I think that is unresolved at the moment, but perhaps we'll find out more in due course. But I wish to focus in my remarks on a period going back to 1997, Madam Deputy Speaker, long before you were able to recall much about politics, I know. But that was when Mandelson was first appointed by Tony Blair as the Minister without portfolio in charge of the Millennium Dome. And the reason I recall all this is because there was a time when I was the Shadow Minister for the Millennium Dome. And also, for that matter, the Shadow Minister for the Millennium Bug. I recall well the way in which the Mandelson enjoyed the opportunity to promote a grandiose New Labour scheme of this dome, which was, I think, going to be the fourth largest open enclosed space in the world. It cost in the end, I think, £750 million. The number of visitors who attended the Dome in the year 2000, which was half of what it had been estimated it was going to be. And Mandelson was really proud of this because it had a link with his grandfather, who must be turning in his grave, Herbert Morrison, a really great public servant. And his grandson has betrayed the public service in an enormous way. But Herbert Morrison was involved in the Festival of Britain. And so Mandelson thought that by being responsible for the Millennium Dome and promoting it, he would be able to, in a sense, emulate the great efforts of his grandfather. And so the project proceeded. And it was costing an enormous amount more than had been forecast by the Treasury or had been expected. So what happened was he was in the business of looking for sponsorship for the Dome. And that was when he used agents, and I think particularly Keith Vaz, who used to be a member of this House but left in disgrace. He used Keith Vaz and the Hindujas as a means of being able to get some extra income for his Dome project. And so what happened was that the Hindujas were able to offer £1 million for a faith centre inside the Dome. But of course, this didn't happen just by chance. This was linked with the fact that back in 1990, the Hinduja brothers had applied for British citizenship and had it rejected. And in 1998, with the new Labour government, they saw an opportunity to rectify that and to get their citizenship back. So what did they do? They engaged Keith Vaz. Through him, there were relationships with Mandelson, and the £1 million towards the Dome was forthcoming. And in return, there was an acceleration of the passport application by Srihat Hinduja. He applied, I think, in the middle of '98, and his application was granted in January of 1999. Yeah. And that happened, and his brother's passport arrived not long after that. And there was an enormous amount of suspicion around all this. And I can remember, as the shadow minister for the Dome, trying to get us... I got a good story, actually, on the front page of the Sunday Times, linking Hinduja with Mandelson and the money for the dome. And as soon as I got that, and I went off to thinking I'd be able to do the usual rounds, the whole story was closed down by Alistair Campbell and Mandelson, saying this was a whole load of rot. There was no truth in it whatsoever. We know that at the time there was a denial by Mandelson that he had any dealings with the Home Office on behalf of the Hindujas. Subsequently, there seemed to become evidence that there had been dealings, and what happened, and I think this is a message that we should bear in mind, and that is what happened was that an inquiry was set up into whether or not there had been dealings between the Secretary of State and with the Hindujas. And Sir Anthony, what was his name? Sir Anthony Hammond, a distinguished retired civil servant. I think he'd been in charge of the Home Office and as Treasury Solicitor. He was asked to produce a report, which he did in 2001. That report totally exculpated any involvement of either Mr. Vaz or of Mandelson in any wrongdoing. And then subsequent to that, a few weeks after that report had been published, which was a complete exoneration, then more papers were discovered, amazingly. And so what happened was that the inquiry by Sir Anthony Hammond was reopened, in itself quite an unusual event. And the inquiry was reopened, and what happened, the consequence was, he discovered, having looked at these extra papers that had been hidden away, he discovered that there had in fact been dealings between Mandelson and actually with Michael O'Brien, who was a very distinguished and honourable Labour member who served at that time in the Home Office. And so Mandelson had consistently lied, he covered up, he behaved in a way which is totally unacceptable. And that was all that time ago in 2002. That was when the revised report of Sir Anthony Hammond was produced. Yeah, of course.
I'm grateful to the member for allowing an intervention. He's giving a historical perspective, which we all appreciate, I'm sure. It seems that Mr. Mandelson is a serial liar. And this morning, would he agree that the Prime Minister had said that Mr. Mandelson lied to him and lied to him and lied to him? Who in this House has never been lied to?
I don't know how. I'm grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for intervention. I don't know in his professional life. I don't know how much credibility he's given to people who he knows to be serial liars, and that is the issue. If one's on an interview panel, in a sense, that's what the Prime Minister was doing. He was interviewing his close friend for a job. And the essence of that was he must have known he was talking to somebody who was a serial liar. Of course I could wait.
The other important point is there is one thing we know he didn't lie about, because the Prime Minister knew it and said he knew it today, was that he had continued his contact with Jeffrey Epstein after he'd been convicted as a paedophile. There was no lies in that, and the Prime Minister admitted he knew it. So defend that.
Shocking. My honourable friend makes a sort of typical point that's made in court when you've got the defendant is found out to be lying, and so you address the jury and say he's lied about that, members of the jury. How can you trust him to be telling the truth about the charge which he's facing in the court? In public office, serial liars should not be tolerated. Yeah. I give way.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. Perhaps I could rephrase the question he's had from the benches opposite.
Go on.
How was the Prime Minister to know that the famous serial liar, Peter Mandelson, was going to lie to him?
If the Prime Minister was here, he'd be able to answer that question, I'm sure.
I suspect he's told you as well.
So that's where what has always amazed me, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm sure a lot of others, is how is it that Mandelson has continued to rise again from the ashes after each disgrace, and I will, yes, okay.
I'm grateful to him giving way, and could he potentially tell us what we can learn about some of the documentation and the way the investigation ran back then? Because as he pointed out in his speech, there were papers and he was exonerated, yet there were papers found and then suddenly he was guilty. Would it be helpful to understand what needs to be done today's debate to make sure that we have the information right as we need to be able to make the inferred decisions and understanding behind what's going on?
I'm grateful for that. I was going to conclude by saying I go along with those people who have been calling for a public inquiry, because a public inquiry would be able to require the production of the documents. And we know from this Sir Anthony Hammond's experience that a non-judicially led public inquiry can't necessarily get access to all the documents that are needed. And I don't think we want to have some whitewash inquiry by the Cabinet Office and then a couple of years later find out that they didn't have all the documents in front of them. So I think that's the argument in favour of having a public inquiry. But the other point I really wanted to make was that how is it that this Teflon-coated Mandelson has continued to be able to hold high office in the Labour Party for all those years? And that's why I think that one of the most important speeches in the Chamber today was a speech from the Honourable Member for Leeds East. Because he and the Honourable Member for Islington, Right Honourable Member for Islington North, know what it's like to be on the receiving end of the Stasi, in this case, the New Labour Stasi. And I think that the only explanation I can find for the fact that Mandelson continued to be reinstated after all this bad behaviour is that he was seen as a key member of the New Labour Stasi, an enforcer, and somebody who was very plausible, well-connected, and knew how to ingratiate himself with the rich and powerful. I give way to my right honourable friend.
Well, not only was he a key member of New Labour, he was the inventor of New Labour. He was the man who came up with replacing whatever the implements were of horny-handed toil on the Labour flag with the red rose. He was the brander par excellence. And I think also people were afraid of him. I'm not the first person to describe this as the Scandalson story, and I'm sure I won't be the last.
Yes, hear, hear.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry I understated the proposition, and my right honourable friend is quite right to correct me on that. And I think that if we had a public inquiry, we'd be able to extend the terms of reference of that public inquiry into Mandelson's influence over the internal politics of the Labour Party over those last 30 years. Wouldn't that be interesting? I could wait my
honourable friend is making a great speech about the influence of Mandelson within the Labour Party. It's currently being reported that he has been involved in the selection of many of the new candidates, up to 25%. Do you think that those documents should be made available of anybody that he's helped recruit into the Labour Party?
They're not here to defend him.
I am having difficulty hearing the debate. Sir Christopher Chope.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I think what you were hearing was the incredulity being expressed by my honourable friends at this revelation that this man who was so discredited already has had such an influence in the choice of candidates, many of whom have been successfully elected at the last general election. I don't know how they're going to be voting in this debate this evening, but it's extraordinary that Mandelson has had this enduring influence and over politics in this country for such a long time, and it's taken essentially the production of documents in the United States to enable us to be able to get somewhere near the truth.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. The government tried to stop full disclosure of documents today, and members opposite, I think primarily, identified that, said they wouldn't put up with it, and it's thanks to them there's a manuscript amendment. But there may still be misunderstanding, because the member for Welwyn Hatfield said that the ISC would be vetting the documents before they were released. That's not my understanding. The truth is they may get to see them, however inappropriate it is that they're not published to the whole House. And does my honourable friend agree with me? Ministers need to set out today that that can be not only referred to the ISC, but the ISC, if it agrees that that document should be made public and it doesn't see it as injurious to our security, then they should be released.
Absolutely. And we've got to erode this cancer which is affecting our public life and the esteem in which public servants are held. And when the public see what has happened over this period of time in the Mandelson case, they must be horrified. Of course I could wait, yes.
Way. I'm a member of the 2024 entry, and I'm very grateful I've never had to meet the cretin that is Peter Mandelson. But can I just be clear? Party politics aside, or not, actually. I didn't join the Labour Party because I hold anyone in high esteem who has led the party, influenced the party. I joined the Labour Party for two very important reasons. One, the welfare state is one of the most important things this country's ever done, and the National Health Service. Now, I think it's dangerous when we hold someone in such high esteem and we give so much power to so few people that things like this are allowed to happen. But let me be also very clear. My faith in the Labour Party to continue to deliver for people of this country continues. My faith in people like Peter Mandelson, I am very, very grateful that he is no longer a member of this party.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for her intervention, and I'm certainly not going to make any accusations about her owing any patronage to Peter Mandelson. And it seems from what she says that she's going to join those of us in this House who are independently minded and express our views in a straightforward manner. But let us be clear, it's obvious that a lot of people on her side who were elected at the same 2024 general election, they were chosen by panels which included Mandelson. And this is not just an exclusive problem for the Labour Party, but we must recognise in our democracy that the people who choose the candidates have enormous power. And if those people who are choosing the candidates are corrupt, as in the case of Mandelson has now been established, then that puts grave doubt upon the credibility of our democratic institutions. Of course I will.
Friend for giving way, but actually, according to reports, it's worse than that where Peter Mandelson had his fingertips through the whole of the Labour Party, but also the government, because there are reports that he was actually, after the Prime Minister had realised that he still had a continuing relationship with Epstein, was in number 10 during the cabinet reshuffle of the 5th of September. So actually, he has had a direct role in appointing half the cabinet, hasn't he?
Well, these revelations keep coming, and the answers come there none, and I hope that in due course we'll be able to pursue these points further with the Prime Minister when he next appears in the House. I give way to my honourable friend.
What we're talking about really here with this appointment of Mandelson really is the judgment of the Prime Minister. And when we look at the judgment of him appointing Mandelson, that he's now a key part in the Starmer government, in appointments, what goes on, the key people, it begs into question every judgment of this Prime Minister, from Chagos to China to the Northern Ireland Troubles Act. This today, I would say, is the crumbling of Starmer. His judgment is poor. His judgment is ruining this country and the Labour Party.
My right honourable friend is absolutely right. It's fundamental. Judgment and discretion and the way we behave, and that's part of our character. And we know that the character is set quite early in life, and certainly we can see from the case of Mandelson that it hasn't changed in all the time that he was being involved in public life and public service, so-called. And so what the point I'm just going to make, and I'm going to finish in a minute, but what is... It's only because of what has been revealed in the United States that we are now in a position to know that he's no longer Lord Mandelson, no longer the Right Honourable Lord Mandelson. Yes, I'll give way here.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. In order that the Minister can have time to prepare and perhaps find out if he doesn't already know, does my honourable friend agree that he should find out, was Mandelson in number 10 Downing Street at the time of the last government reshuffle? Was he involved? Were his fingers involved in the appointment of ministers on that Treasury bench? And if he's able to tell us later categorically that he wasn't, that will be a relief to this House.
And if we can't get a straight answer from the government to that my honourable friend's question, then that's another reason why I would say that we need to have a public inquiry. I give way to my honourable friend.
You mentioned the revelation coming out of emails. The point I made earlier, which I think is also very important for the Minister to answer, is actually the government could have asked the Department of Justice in the States, is there anything in the emails that haven't been released that relates to Mandelson that could affect our decision to appoint him? There was nothing stopping them approaching the DOJ and asking that. It's vital that we know whether they did or not.
That's another very good point that's been made, and I'm sure it will be picked up on the Treasury bench and they will respond accordingly. But so we have to thank our mercies in a sense that Mandelson has been exposed finally, and it wasn't just that exposure outside George Osborne's house. Yes, of course I would. Yeah.
Thank you very much for giving way. I very much enjoyed the history lesson about a man who has a history of misfeasance in public office. And I've spoken in this House about my surprise at his appointment as the US ambassador, which is an incredibly important relationship for this country. Listening to the debate, it makes me reflect on the importance of parts of our Constitution which give us freedom of speech and freedom of the press. Two incredibly important things, and I think we all owe a great vote of thanks and gratitude to Elon Musk and X, who has played his part in exposing a great deal of this evil.
My honourable friend makes his point in his own way. I would just draw attention to the fact that this is Freedom 250 is how the United States is describing the 250th anniversary of independence in their celebrations. And the points he makes about freedom really resonate well both sides of the Atlantic, and we must never forget that. And we could have been involved with having our representative in the United States during this historic year as being none other than Mandelson. So we must thank everybody who's been involved in trying to bring the revelations to light which have shamed the Prime Minister, because I think the Prime Minister in the end was shamed into sacking him rather than exercising his own judgment. I give way once more.
Does my honourable and very experienced friend believe that one of the lessons of inherent necessity for political survival is the ability to learn from mistakes? And therefore, given that a new ambassador will be taking Mandelson's place, I don't think a permanent appointment has yet been made. Does he think the Prime Minister will have enough good sense and wit to appoint a diplomatic professional to the role, or will it be another ill-starred flunky that he favours for political and personal reasons?
Probably. I'm grateful for my right honourable friend's intervention, but actually I think the appointment has been made. I met the gentleman concerned, who is an esteemed member of the diplomatic corps, and he was present at Mr. Speaker's dinner in honour of the Speaker of the House of Representatives 2 or 3 weeks ago. So I think we are in safer, more secure hands there. But that's a good note on which to, I think, I'll go once more.
In relation to, during the debate we've heard that there is a new manuscript amendment coming forward, at which it says, shall instead be referred to the Intelligence and Security Committee of Parliament. Does he share my concern, however? All that information that we've been requested for in this amendment is going to go there. We as yet have not heard from the government what would actually happen with that, where the reports would come, what would be done, and what the judgment is about whether or not an embarrassment for a Labour government is different to a security side of things, indifferent to an international relation. Does he share my concern without the government setting out what that framework may look like? It's quite hard to vote this through without losing the risk of having transparency.
Well, I'm not going to suggest we don't vote in support of our own motion, frankly. And I'm sure that we know from the course of this debate that a lot more questions are being raised, and in due course, I think with the forensic leadership shown by the Leader of the Opposition, we will be able to get to the bottom of these issues and get the answers which we deserve. But in the meantime, it's quite frustrating for people. And I'm just going to finish on a final note, and that is, I didn't go to Oxford, Madam Deputy Speaker, but I think we should show solidarity with the people of Oxford University who had the wisdom not to elect Mandelson as the Chancellor of that university.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a great honour to follow my honourable friend from Christchurch, who I have to say was one of his shorter speeches that I'm Look, we come here for a very serious matter of one of the most utmost gravity. I've heard a number of really good speeches from all sides of the House, including members of the opposite benches, and I do commend all the members who've stood up and said, because it's not an easy thing to do, all of the members who have stood up and said that they're not happy with the government's position. I am very, very pleased that we've got to a point where there is a manuscripted amendment now that will force the hand of the government and make sure that the ISC has a pivotal and critical role to play. But I do want to pick up on a number of members who made some points that I do agree with and some that I don't. And while I agreed with a lot of the points that were said today, I did notice that a couple of members did say the government got here because they demonstrated leadership. They did not demonstrate leadership. No. They got here because they were dragged here to do so. They got here because there was a dump of documents by the DOJ, and the Leader of the Opposition tabled a motion which forced their hand, which meant that members opposite had to finally confront the fact that the Lord Mandelson, Peter Mandelson, had a relationship with Epstein for much longer than many of us knew, but certainly the Prime Minister knew. As we found out earlier today. But this idea that the government has demonstrated leadership is for the birds. And it's important, by the way. It's important because I've heard members across the House talk about the victims of Epstein. But I say to members opposite, they are just words if you do not follow them up with action. And while the ISC amendment is important today, that is not the end of the journey. Because for months now, we have been pushing on this side of the House to get clarity and find out the truth as to what has been going on with the appointment of Lord Mandelson. This goes right to the heart of our politics. And what did we find out today when the Leader of the Opposition challenged the Prime Minister? He'd run out of road, and he finally had to come clean that he knew about his relationship. And this idea that you need to know the depths of the relationship. I asked members opposite, what is the depth of a relationship with a paedophile that you need to have before it becomes eligible for declaration?
I think the fact that the Prime Minister resisted giving that answer for so long proves the fact he knows it's incredibly damaging to his judgment, that he didn't want people to know that he had known and appointed him anyway.
Well, I think it's. I agree with my honourable friend, and we were sat together in the debate reflecting on some of the speeches, and when we talk about, I think it was the Health Secretary who talked about the toxic culture at number 10. Well, this debate, that amendment was a demonstration of that toxic culture, because it wasn't for the victims of Jeffrey Epstein that amendment was put forward. It was to protect the Prime Minister. Now, of course, I get. Absolutely.
And does my honourable friend agree with me that actually to try and focus on the angle of what he did as a minister in releasing secrets and trying to get them to make money from them, etc., is still deflecting from the fact that a man who was associating with a convicted and now released paedophile was felt to be worth the risk to have been sent to America as the ambassador?
Exactly. We should all share anger in that, because it speaks to a rot that has now, as we find out, has infected our politics and government in this country, Labour governments in this country, for decades. And look, I get it. People make mistakes, but this is what the people. I get it. People make mistakes on all sides of the house, but this is of such gravity that it speaks to a corruption that we actually need to get to the answer of. But the point my honourable friend just made, my right honourable friend just made, the point he just made is really, really important, because that is one issue about corruption. But you cannot get away from the fact that Mandelson had a role at every echelon of the Labour Party's journey, whether it was New Labour before we came into power in 2010, or the new Labour that is now in charge. Whether it was helping in the selection of candidates, or it was whether it is the honourable members shake their head, and I'm more than happy. I'll take the intervention on behalf of everybody.
I thank the honourable member for taking the intervention, and I intervene to make a point, because I wouldn't want any member of this House to inadvertently besmirch any other member through misleading information. I served on the National Executive Committee of the Labour Party for 10 years before I entered this place. Peter Mandelson had no role whatsoever in the selection of Labour Party candidates during that time. So I would just make that point so that individuals are aware exactly of what they're talking about.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to say I didn't mention any single member of the House, so I'm happy that she's put that on record. But I do not trust Mandelson, and I do not trust. I'm answering the intervention. I do not trust Mandelson for what he has done, and how far his reach was in this government or in this party. I do not trust him because we know he had a very close relationship. She can shake her head all she wants. We know she had a close relationship with Morgan McSweeney, the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff. The party opposite hasn't even started to address the point of the Chief of Staff. And I do not believe for a second, and I hope she's right, by the way, but just in case she's not, and the documents do come to the fore, I'm sure we'll come back to this House to scrutinise which members he had a hand in appointing.
Thank you. Just on that point, it's currently in the mainstream media at the moment that Mandelson had a handle on recruiting candidates for the Labour Party. The mainstream media are reporting this. They will have evidence to support this and back this up. There will be candidates that have been selected where he's had his hand on, and he's also been in cabinet reshuffles. That's what is rumoured to believe. So he has had a far bigger reach than probably most of you realise, and any defence of that now is indefensible.
I couldn't have said that better myself, although I may not have used the word you, but that's This is important. This is important because of the reach that Mandelson had and how he was enabled. And at every step of the way, there was no regard for Jeffrey Epstein's victims. And that is a really, really important point, because there's been a lot of obfuscation today. We've had to drag the government into this position where this amendment has now been put forward, where they now will release documents to the IC. And I noticed the earlier intervention about the role of the IC that my honourable friend made. I think it was a really important point. Because if members opposite, I say this again, this is not the end of the journey. They have a role to play now. They have a role. I will admit they have a role to play now in terms of doing right by those victims. Because what we do know is that Mandelson was an enabler, and anyone who's enabled Mandelson needs to take a long, hard look at themselves.
Giving way, but isn't the wider point here? If the Prime Minister was duped Wouldn't you be releasing the papers back in September when we had the SO24 debate, or putting them out now, rather than bringing it to a debate here where he's forced his hand to to have these papers? The only reason we're having some papers released is because his hand has been forced by the Leader of the Opposition. Doesn't he think that's bizarre?
Correct.
Well, it's not bizarre because we've been here many times before. They've been dragged time after time, scandal after scandal. I say to backbenchers opposite, this is a Prime Minister who's now flailing. He's admitted, after months and months of pushing, that he knew about the relationship that Mandelson had with Epstein, and yet he thought it was a risk worth taking anyway. And I made this point earlier, that risk worth taking, it wasn't just about denigrating the experience of those victims. It's also, the risk worth taking was marching all those members up a hill and using their careers. And it's okay, look, we're members of Parliament, we care about our careers, you know, wherever they may end up. But the truth of the matter is he did not care about that. And that journey is not over yet, because he is going to use them over and over again. He will throw people under the bus. Before he throws his Chief of Staff under the bus, that will happen too. I can almost guarantee it.
Does my honourable friend think that we're going to get to any sort of position where we can start to understand what level of influence did Mandelson have that, having not declared six-figure sum loans, had to resign from government, having tried to flog passports, had to resign from government, having gone off to the EU and now all the allegations of that brought back into government, put in the House of Lords? There must have been something that made people think it was a good idea to bring him back again and again and again.
The exasperation that my right honourable friend shows is exactly the exasperation that the British public will be seeing as they read the headlines, and they have been seeing and showing as the stories have unfolded. As the stories, I will in a minute. As the stories have unfolded over the last few days and over the last few months, and this really comes to a really fundamental point about the toxicity at number 10. And this is really important because this is where the members, you know, they have the authority and the power to do something about this. The toxicity at number 10. Because the rot starts at the top. And this is fundamental. Because the Prime Minister, it was obvious to all of us, it was obvious to all of us about this relationship that Mandelson had. It was obvious to us when he appointed Mandelson to one of the most important positions in our country and one of the most important capitals in the world. One of the most important capitals in the world. It was obvious to us. And the Prime Minister did it anyway, because he thought it was a risk worth taking.
In response to the intervention from my right honourable friend, the member for Wetherby, there's a key difference between this Prime Minister and former Labour Prime Ministers in that Gordon Brown and Tony Blair appointed Peter Mandelson without knowing some of the connections that he had. The key difference is that this Prime Minister knew and still did it. So there is still a Labour Prime Minister with integrity, and that's Gordon Brown, who actually took this to the police. This Prime Minister did no such thing.
I thank my honourable friend who always makes excellent points, and I was going to talk about Gordon Brown later, but I will do it now. Because he raised the question back in September. He wanted to know what has gone on, and he asked the question, and he was battered away. Has any government minister, when the minister stands up at the dispatch box, has he asked the Cabinet Secretary why the former Prime Minister was battered away? Did that former Prime Minister not have any respect in number 10 for him to get a legitimate answer as to what happened and what went down there? I think the public deserves to know. I think this House deserves to know. I think there's another point I just wanted to make around integrity, and it was made by a number of members earlier, including my right honourable friend for Skipton and Ripon. The Prime Minister, by that admission, has called into question the integrity of every member of this House, because we all know that trust in politicians is at an all-time low. We all know that. We see it on our doorstep. We see it in our inboxes. I was at a birthday party for my 4.5-year-old son on the weekend. I was chatting to some parents, and of course, with the Mandelson headlines, this came up. And I had to say, look, it's not normal for a billionaire to fly people out, fly mums. You know, we have a pretty strict expenses regime. You know, despite what after the expenses scandal, we have to, you know, we can't move left or right, and yet the British public do not trust us because they think we take them for granted. And I had to explain to them that it's not normal to be invited onto islands and have all these luxuries thrown at you. This was not a normal kind of behaviour, and yet the Prime Minister knew about this relationship and he let it happen. And this is really important. Absolutely.
honourable friend for giving way. What I find more extraordinary is, as he says, the Prime Minister knew, but he also stood at that dispatch box in September and said that he had full confidence in Peter Mandelson, Lord Mandelson, knowing what he knew. Does he not find that extraordinary?
I find it disgusting.
Yeah.
I find it disgusting. And I say to Labour members opposite, they are now at a crossroads. And it's really, really important, this. Because if they really care about those victims, and what Epstein did was absolutely disgusting in its own right. He trafficked, he was a child sex offender. In many ways, he was a coward in how he left this world. Because I wish he'd face the full force of the law. But we have to be honest about the people. I think the honourable member for Bolsover talked about enablers and the powerful men and the role that they played. And Labour members now are at a crossroads. Because if they really care about the victims of Epstein, they really need to ask how this was allowed to happen. And it's not, by the way, it's not just about Mandelson, and it's not just about Epstein. My good friend for Rutland and Melton, Rutland and Stamford, sorry.
Near Melton.
Near Melton. Made the point earlier about Bill Gates. To be honest, I was watching the video of Melinda Gates just yesterday. And I was talking to my wife about how horrible it must have been to see those emails and see what he was up to. She mentioned Richard Branson. The reality is, there is clearly a culture of men who thought they were above the law. And while the DOJ is grappling with it over there, and I commend the debate here. We've talked about some very important things here today. We also have to be honest about the fact that it came onto our shores. And it's possible that there are still victims that we don't know about. It is possible that there are still criminal investigations that need to happen. And the assurance I need from the front bench today is that if that comes open, or comes to the fore, that the government will act quickly to make sure criminal investigations are started. The public require that to help us on that journey to rebuilding trust, and we shouldn't underestimate that.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and he's making a powerful, wide-ranging speech, and I'm sure more details will come out. But doesn't it already come down to this, that the Prime Minister appointed a man, Peter Mandelson, as US Ambassador, who he knew at the time he appointed him had a long-standing friendship with a prolific international convicted paedophile, to the extent that Peter Mandelson had stayed in that paedophile's house while he was serving prison time. And that in itself is sickening and shocking. And not only should nobody be defending Peter Mandelson, which they're not, nobody should be defending the Prime Minister for his sickening conduct.
The Prime Minister has really brought his judgment into question. Now, for us, of course, we've been saying it for a couple of years. Opposition do that. But on this issue, the way he has marched everyone up a hill, ministers have gone to defend this issue time and time again. His position really is now untenable. And I guarantee members opposite, they can go home to their constituencies and go talk to constituents right now. They will have to answer questions as to why the Prime Minister allowed this to happen.
Grateful to my honourable friend giving way, and he may have heard the powerful speech by the member for Leeds East earlier in the day about factionalism in the party. The Prime Minister not only appointed Peter Mandelson, knowing, as he declared today, what he knew, to the post of ambassador, he previously brought him in as a strategic advisor, advocate, planner in the 2024 Labour election campaign. So all members opposite are tainted by that association with Mandelson, brought about by the leader of their party, now Prime Minister, who knew about it at the time. And this perhaps hasn't been picked up on as fully as it should have been in today's debate.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm going to leave members to reflect on that, because I think many have spoken up today. But I say it once again, they are just words if there is no action. And the judgment of the Prime Minister is deeply, deeply flawed. He allowed this, he alone is responsible for the culture at number 10. I ran a business. If there was something going wrong, buck stopped with me. He alone is responsible for the culture at number 10. It's not Morgan McSweeney. He enabled Morgan McSweeney. It should definitely needs to be held accountable. for his relationship, and we need to see those emails. We need to see what the conversations were. That's why this is important. But the buck stops with the Prime Minister.
I'm going to raise a very sensitive issue here because my honourable friend raised a point about vulnerable women being abused, about powerful men taking advantage, about a friend who was appointed, known to be a friend of a convicted paedophile. And we also have a Labour government who ran away from investigating grooming gangs. Again, vulnerable women taken advantage by powerful men, and a Labour government that said it stands up for women, stands up for women's rights and vulnerable women. It has shown now it does not at any level, at the highest level, and at those who are white working class girls. Labour, I'm afraid, has got a lot of answers about protecting women.
I'm going to end with my response, with two responses to that intervention. Number one, she's obviously absolutely right. And I say to members opposite and who are shaking their heads, it brings into question every decision that the government has made because of the lack of judgment that the Prime Minister has shown. And I say to my honourable friend, I stood at that dispatch box and I repeatedly called for a national grooming inquiry. Right? I am a British, Pakistani male. I'm Muslim. I have two sons. I want them to grow up without aspersions being cast on them.
Hear, hear.
One day I hope to have a daughter. Sorry to my wife. I want her to grow up in a safe environment. Right. So we have to be honest about that. We have to be strong in those calls. But I say to the Minister now, as he answers those questions, very key. The question about the ISC, really, really important. We need to know, with the amendment there, that they will get full authority to be able to deal with what comes in front of them, and so we can make a judgment, and the public can make a judgment. Number two, Gordon Brown, I raised the question: why did his calls fall on deaf ears? Was he not given the respect to the former Prime Minister for that to be dealt with? Was Mandelson that strong that his toxicity meant that he was protected and he was enabled? And number three, and the point that I made repeatedly, the judgment of the Prime Minister surely has to be in question. We will now find out what else was known. The Minister has an opportunity to show anything else that he might want to share at the dispatch box.
Point of order, John MacDonald.
I'm sorry, Madam Deputy Speaker, to disturb the debate in this way. I've tried to follow as much as possible. I've been in and out of the chamber, other duties. There is a draft amendment that's been agreed. I take it across party agreement on that draft amendment. The people will be making their minds up on how to vote on the impact of that amendment, and therefore we need to have clarity. And I just want to ask whether or not, and the front bench could intervene now to clarify it for me. The amendment basically says that if I get it absolutely clear, that the material, we're all going to vote for the material to be released. There's consensus on that. The difference that we had was with regard to who releases, who interprets what's released, and the amendment that's been put forward, it basically says accept those items, those elements of information which are prejudicial to national security and international relations, which shall instead be referred to the Intelligence and Security Committee of Parliament. I agree with that, but I want just the clarity, is will the Intelligence and Security Committee make the decision about publication, or please listen, or will it simply advise the government and then it rests with the government on the final decision? It will be helpful to have that clarified before we vote.
Point of order, Sir Jeremy Wright.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. If it's of assistance, and I recognise that the honourable gentleman is asking to assist the House, the answer to his question is that when the material is referred to the Intelligence and Security Committee, the committee is independent, it will act independently, it will consider the material referred to it, and then decide how to respond, what to refer to publicly and what not to refer to publicly. But I can assure him the committee will act independently in this matter, as it does in all matters.
Madam Deputy Speaker, if I could follow that.
Well, just one moment. So we have several other points of order. I'm keen that we do not conduct the debate via points of order. So if the right honourable gentleman will allow, I'm going to take 2 further points of order. I will then respond to his point of order, and hopefully we then might have an answer. Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The point of order I want to raise is, following the answer we just heard, if the Intelligence Security Committee comes across evidence of commercial misdemeanours as well as intelligence misdemeanours and international relations misdemeanours, what powers do they have to do anything about it? Where will they refer those concerns to, and where will those inquiries lead to? Because the issues of lobbying, potential corruption in the handing out of government contracts is a massive one, which I wouldn't want swept under the carpet on the basis that this committee is dealing with international relations and national security.
Point of order, Cameron Thomas.
Deputy Speaker, this debate has heard an intervention this evening by the member for Great Yarmouth, rather tactlessly, I believe, who celebrated Elon Musk in this debate. Now, notwithstanding the fact that, like Mandelson, Musk has a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein and, in fact, was found to have been practically begging for a visit to his island, the member for Great Yarmouth declined to include the fact that...
Order. That is not a point of order and is a point of debate. And I do not think that in points of order, specifically around the Intelligence and Security Committee, that's an appropriate moment to raise that. Comments by other members are not for the Chair to rule on during the course of a debate. A point of order, Cameron Thomas.
I'm very grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker. The member for Great Yarmouth declined to include in his intervention his interest. He is, in fact, paid and bought and paid for by Elon Musk, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Can I thank the honourable gentleman for that point of order? I think he has very clearly brought into question the probity of the member for Great Yarmouth. He might want to withdraw that. It is, of course, a matter for the member for Great Yarmouth, should he have declared a point of order. He could now do that by putting any interest on the record. Point of order, John McDonnell.
I'm really grateful for the intervention that took place. I just want the assurance that government will have no veto exercised over the information that will be provided via the committee.
Can I thank the right honourable gentleman for that point of order? As he will know, the powers of the ISC is not a matter for the Chair. However, the Minister on the front bench will have heard his comments and will have every opportunity in winding up to respond to that specific point and provide the entire House with the clarity that I believe it is looking for on that point. Point of order, Simon Hoare.
Further to that point, to the point of order made by the honourable gentleman, which he didn't quite get to finish, the honourable member for Great Yarmouth has, in his published register of interests, significant monthly payments by X Corp, headquartered in California. That surely should have been a declared interest when making the intervention.
Can I thank the honourable member for that point of order? He will know that declarations of interest are not a matter for the Chair. However, he might be advised to refer that to the Standards Commissioner for their investigation. Point of order, Rupert Lowe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have declared these payments in my declarations, and I apologise if I should have declared them to the House. They're public, they're not hidden, and they have no relevance to what I discussed earlier.
The honourable gentleman will have heard my earlier comment that it is not a matter for the Chair, it's a matter for the Standards Commissioner if he failed to declare the interest during the course of the debate. If there are no more points of point of order, Paul Holmes.
Forgive me, Madam Deputy Speaker, for detaining the House, but can I ask for your clarification on whether a member saying that somebody in this House has been bought and paid for is in order?
I did ask the member to withdraw it. He now has the opportunity to do so.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I do withdraw the remark that he was bought and paid for. I do regret the tone that I have used.
Can I thank the honourable member for putting that on the record? Now, if there are no more points of order, Wendy Morton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. At the start of this afternoon, I sat through Prime Minister's questions, and I didn't really have any intention of taking part in this Opposition Day debate. I quite often do take part in what we call Oppo Day debates, but there were other commitments and things in the draft. This is not a point of order. I was asked to speak, wasn't I?
You were.
Yes. The officials are looking rather. Yes, the officials are looking rather perplexed at me here. So at the start of today, I had no intention to speak in this debate, but I sat through Prime Minister's questions and I listened to the Leader of the Opposition asking the Prime Minister direct questions, and with each question that went by, it was quite simple to me that there were more questions that were simply being answered, and there was an attempt by the government to simply sweep this issue to the side and to deflect to other matters around the periphery. So, I want to first of all come to the humble address. Now, I've not been in this place as long as some of my vintage colleagues here, and I say that in a very kind way. But I have a few scars to bear from my time as Chief Whip. I never lost a vote, mind. But the reason that I raise that is that I, like others in this place, know the significance of a humble address. A humble address is not used on a normal Opposition Day debate. It's used not as a regular occurrence, and it's not used lightly. It is used to indicate this is a very serious matter that we have brought to this House today. Initially, there were to be 2 debates, but because of the demand from this side of the House to have this issue debated and discussed, through usual channels, it was agreed the debate would take all afternoon. And it's been on this side of the benches that the most amount of scrutiny has been happening. Yeah. But I pay tribute to those on the opposition benches who have come in and had the government benches, yes, thank you, I would say the decency to explain to their front bench how they feel about this important matter. Now, it was also highlighted earlier that about the issue of national security. Now, in opposition, the Prime Minister, when he was Shadow Brexit Secretary back in 2018, I remember those days well, he proposed 3 humble addresses, none of them excluded national security. Yeah. So this suggestion that we got this wrong was just not the case at all. Now, I'm pleased that the government has actually listened, yet again, to its backbenchers, and it's brought forward a manuscript, is a monumental manuscript amendment. But if it wasn't for the pushing from these benches and those, I don't think we would even be there now.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. Isn't it shocking not only that the Prime Minister appointed Peter Mandelson knowing his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, but even today the Prime Minister has sought to deflect, cover up and bring in an amendment so as not to answer questions he must now answer.
My honourable friend is just so right, and I'm going to come to that a little bit later, because this is the core of this debate, isn't it? It's the fact that we want answers. There are huge questions about the judgment of the Prime Minister, about his appointment of Mandelson. Both sides have talked a lot about the victims, and that is so right. But it's important that if we're standing up for the victims, and we're standing up for the people that put us here, because we should never forget that, we need to ask the questions and we deserve the answers. And we, on this side of the House, will continue to keep asking those questions, because that is what the public and the victims deserve. They deserve transparency. They deserve accountability. Now, earlier I spoke as part of an intervention about the vetting process, and I'm not an expert on this at all, but it does seem strange to me that Peter Mandelson didn't appear to be, I would say, arguably fully vetted. He just went through strange sort of vetting or piece of paper checking process.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. Does she agree with me that the public are sick and tired of people who appear to fail upwards in public life simply for the reason that they appear to move in the right circles?
Yeah, correct.
Absolutely. And I will share with this House today, I never set out to be a politician. I never in a million years expected to stand or sit on these green benches. But I did it to stand up for my local community because I felt that they needed a voice. I might not get everything right, none of us do. But one thing that I will do is strive to be a voice for those people that put me in this place. And let none of us ever forget that. So just back to vetting, what I would really like the Minister to explain to us is, did Peter Mandelson go through the exact same vetting process that a normal diplomat would if they were going to take up that post in Washington? The role of the UK ambassador to US is one of the most important roles within our Foreign Office. Yes.
Is not the answer to my honourable friend's question about vetting, can she foresee a circumstance where a professional diplomat would be given clearance if they had sold passports and taken undeclared loans?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, my right honourable friend makes a really important point there, because this is about probity and this is about evidence and making sure, for the reputation of this country, that we are appointing the right people. And yes, I declare I once was a member of that service, but I know that the people that serve our country as diplomats are of the highest integrity, and they have my trust. But when it comes to making political appointments, as today has shown, there are still questions that need to be asked. The other thing that is rather strange, Madam Deputy, is that everyone seemed to know that there were questions around Peter Mandelson. There were questions about the sort of person that he was. I think he was featured on Spitting Images once, wasn't it, as the Prince of Darkness? And yet, where was the Prime Minister? Where was his judgment? Was his head stuck in the sand? We on this side of the House, we are aware that the Prime Minister has been glowing about the talents of Peter Mandelson. Only in February, he said at the British Embassy in Washington, Peter is the right person to help us work with President Trump and take the special relationship from strength to strength. We are aware that Morgan McSweeney, Keir Starmer's Chief of Staff, pushed for Mandelson to become ambassador, sidelining long-serving, experienced diplomats. We are aware that Keir Starmer assured MPs that full due process was followed.
Honourable Lady, make sure that she refers to the Prime Minister as the Prime Minister, please.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I was getting a bit carried away there. The Prime Minister assured MPs that full due process was followed regarding his appointment of Peter Mandelson as ambassador. And we're aware that he appointed Peter Mandelson despite it already being in the public domain that Peter Mandelson had discussed issues relevant to his ministerial position with Jeffrey Epstein while Epstein was in jail. And I could go on. Why? Why did the Prime Minister choose to ignore all of that? And at a time when we know in this place, I think on both sides of the House, that the public are often scathing of politicians. They'll say we're all the same. We are not all the same, I can assure you of that. But they question us, they question our motives, they question our integrity. Some will even refer to us in this place as members of the establishment, something that I will always rail against. But I can absolutely see why they may say that. They mock on the other side of the benches. But the point here is about integrity, of course.
My honourable friend is making a really serious and important point, and she made a point about how she ended up in this place, and I don't think anyone should denigrate her for all the hard work she's done to achieve what she has.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, but after a while you just get used to that sort of thing when you've been here for a while. The point is here that we should never forget the people outside. We should never forget the Nolan principles. Members on this side of the House have explained, which perhaps I think was needed to certain members on the other side, the importance of the Nolan principles and what they are. So I would urge the government to do the right thing.
Honourable friend,
yes.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way, and she quite rightly talks about trust and trust in politics, trust in politicians. But the issue here is that the Prime Minister put blind trust in a proven liar. So much trust that he was willing to forego process, forego judgment to appoint him to one of the top diplomatic roles in the country. Why does my right honourable friend think that the Prime Minister showed such a lack of judgment, such misplaced trust? And why is it this country who's been proven on the international stage to be the laughingstock because of it?
Well, that is exactly the point. I don't think it's for me to answer those questions. I think it's for the Prime Minister to answer those questions. But I personally will continue to question his judgment. How on earth did he appoint Peter Mandelson to this role? But it's not just me, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's not just people on these benches that are questioning it. Today, we've heard from members of the Labour government benches who are also raising questions. Yeah. And the benches are quite full now, but it's been this side of the House that has been leading the charge on this topic. On so many opposition day debates, I would expect to see those benches of the government full.
Yeah.
Full, taking the charge and debating back to us, defending the position of their government. Have we seen that? Very little indeed.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. Aside from the evident, persistent and consistent failure in the Prime Minister's integrity, doesn't this demonstrate massive questions over the hold that someone whose name for the last 2 or 3 decades has been a byword for sleaze has over the government and people at the top of the Labour Party?
Absolutely. It absolutely beggars belief. And if we want to clean up politics, then this sort of thing should not be being allowed to happen. Politics is a difficult place, we know that, but this was down to judgment. It was down to the judgment of one person, or was it the judgment of others around that person? So I urge the honourable and right honourable members on the Labour benches opposite, do the right thing this evening. Stand up for democracy, stand up for Parliament, and stand up for decency.
Alicia Kearns. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Liberation Day. That is how Mandelson described the day of Epstein's release for prison for procuring children to be trafficked and raped. Mandelson's next message was, "How is freedom feeling?" Epstein replied, "She feels fresh, firm and creamy." Mandelson's next reply, "Naughty boy." Now, we hadn't seen this email, I'll admit, when the ambassador was appointed. But let's look at what we did know when he was appointed ambassador. We knew at that point that he had consoled this paedophile, consoled him on his being found guilty and convicted for just one of the many, many crimes he committed. We also knew that while he was Deputy Prime Minister of this country and Business and Trade Secretary, carrying the flag of our great nation on an official visit to New York, he stayed in a convicted paedophile's flat. How dare he do that while representing this country? But the idea that no one in the Cabinet Office, no one at the Department of Business and Trade, no civil servant, no political appointee knew that he'd said, no, I don't need a hotel, thank you ever so much. I'm going to stay at my friend Epstein's house. Oh, by the way, he happens to currently be in prison, incarcerated, but I'm going to stay at his house anyway. That, to me, raises serious questions about why he was not pursued for misconduct in public office back at that point. And no one can say that the Labour government did not know, because having been a civil servant, I knew where my ministers were staying when they're abroad. Not sure they always wanted me to know, but I knew. And none of them would have ever done that. This is the heart of the issue with the judgment of the Prime Minister. Now, on Monday, one of its ministers, the government's ministers, said nobody objected when Mandelson was appointed. I would say, look at Hansard. I remember objecting very, very clearly and repeatedly, because it was very clear at that point that Mandelson had repeatedly said that Epstein did not deserve to be in prison, that this was an awful time for him, how he was caring and thinking for his good friend. Why was there no investigation, and why was the vetting not done right? Because there is no question that the vetting cannot have been conducted properly. I have been through vetting myself. Now, I accept it was not as a minister, but as a civil servant, I've been sat in a room with a rather elderly gentleman for 2 hours, asked about my every sexual proclivity, asked about when I lost my virginity, asked about whether I'd taken drugs or not, asked about every single aspect of my life. Because civil servants, whether they be apolitical or politicians in this place, should hold themselves accountable and be right to be appointed for these roles. It is quite clear from the debate today and from the evidence given by the Right Honourable Member for Malden that the Prime Minister wanted this done. And because the Prime Minister wanted Mandelson, Mandelson was going to be appointed. Now, we will see when the docs are released how they were able to get round the official vetting. But this draws my concerns to another political appointment that was rushed through because the Prime Minister demanded it, and that was Jonathan Powell, the National Security Advisor. This is another appointment where there are significant concerns about his business interests, significant concerns of this House that there has been no scrutiny of Jonathan Powell as National Security Advisor because he will not come before this House. He will not give evidence to this House. His relationships in China, his relationships around the world. And yet Jonathan Powell is permitted, again flying the flag of this nation, conduct secret visits to China where he meets with Wang Yi and other senior representatives, where the British government refuses to put out any press notice explaining why the visit happened, or even the fact the visit happened at all. Will she give way on that? I will happily give way on that point.
My honourable friend, she's, as usual, giving a very good speech. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, I was a former Special Advisor at the Cabinet Office, a great department with great civil servants. But my honourable friend has mentioned the case of Jonathan Powell and Lord Mandelson when he was Deputy Prime Minister. Does she not agree with me that this kind of backhanded way of conducting government business without officials being present actually puts pressure on our great civil servants and puts them in a very difficult situation? It's not how government should be run.
Absolutely, I agree entirely with my very good friend. I was actually very taken back earlier by the comments of the chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, who sought to give us a lecture in how vetting is undertaken by government, where she kept referring to fast-stream civil servants were the ones responsible for the vetting. Fast-stream is a mode of recruitment. It is not once you are made a civil servant. And it did feel like she was trying to suggest that there were junior civil servants who should be taking the can for the vetting process that was pursued. And I very much hope that is not the case, because it would be deeply inappropriate if it were. But the two commonalities between the appointment of Lord Mandelson and of Jonathan Powell are Morgan McSweeney. So I must ask whether or not Morgan McSweeney is the one who here should be held accountable. Because at this point it looks like no one is going to be held accountable. I will very happily give way.
Today's debate is about accountability. Everything falls at the lap of the Prime Minister. Does she find it quite frankly incredible that the Prime Minister has sent with all of the greatest respect, a junior minister to the dispatch box when he alone has serious questions to answer? And would it not show real leadership that he came to that dispatch box tonight to wind up this debate?
My right honourable friend is absolutely right, and he may also recall that following Prime Minister's questions today, I had no choice but to make a point of order, because the Prime Minister told this House that every humble address that their party had put forward in opposition had a national security protection clause. And yet, when I looked at the November 2024, the last two that they had done in opposition, neither features the word national or security, let alone the two put together. But the Prime Minister put his, in just a moment, but the Prime Minister in contrast put his hand up to me and dismissed me, shaking his arm at me as he left the chamber, as if the point I was making was not one that was necessary. And yes, on Monday, members will also recall, he shouted that I was pathetic for asking why he met with the master of the two Chinese spies when he went to China recently. If the honourable gentleman would still like to intervene, I'm very happy to take his intervention.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'll take the honourable member's word for it that those humble addresses didn't contain those words. But if you take, for example, the humble address on Lebedev's appointment to the House of Lords in 2022, it didn't have to contain those words for the Conservative government to use national security grounds to not provide swathes of documents, precisely, doing it without the words even being included, and actually using rhetoric in the response that they were almost mirroring the Freedom of Information Act in the types of exemptions that should be applied. Are you really going to deny that that was the approach to dealing with a humble address?
Two uses of the word used. Sit down.
Sit down. Sit down.
I haven't said anything. It's the honourable lady who has made a comment, but any intervention needs to be via the chair.
Apologies, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm out of practice on my interventions, obviously. Would the honourable lady like to respond to that, and is she aware of the convention?
The honourable gentleman, because I agree he should hold his government to exactly those standards. That is the point that I made precisely, and I'm very sorry that he missed my point of order. I recognise it was not a showstopper. However, that is exactly the point that I made. It is implicit within these, and if the government had tried to put wording in their amendments such as secret or top secret documents cannot be revealed, I would have said yes. That is absolutely fair, but that was the exact point. There is no requirement to stipulate national security, let alone some vague wording around international relationships, because it is already provided for. So I'm thankful to him for confirming exactly my position. Now, we've touched on China here. I do hope that when these documents are released, we will see also the full extent of the relationship between Epstein, not just with the Putin state, but also with the Chinese Communist Party, because I do have deep concerns about the way in which Mandelson had a say over the current government's China policy, because there is no question that he has been in there and influencing that. Now, when it comes to what is still unanswered, as I have raised almost every day this week, on the 5th of December, I wrote to the government, in fact I wrote to the Cabinet Secretary, I should be accurate, and asked the details of Mandelson's severance package. These were not complicated questions. It was, what was the detail of the contract and will it be published? Has any NDA been signed at any point to do with it? When did Mandelson receive his final payment, or is he still being paid by the taxpayer? And what were the details of his severance package? We are almost 2 months on, and I have received no response from the Cabinet Secretary, who, as we have discussed today in this chamber, almost ad nauseum, we do not have confidence to be able to carry out this inquiry. It is not a personal attack, it is recognition of the fact that he works for the Prime Minister. It is recognition of the fact that he does not reply to basic and straightforward questions from members of this House. I will happily give way to Honourable Lady.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Would she agree with me that, given that those are very basic and very straightforward questions, if she struggled to now to get that answer, and if again she struggles today to get that answer, then we can draw our own conclusions as to what the answer is?
Absolutely.
I think, unfortunately, members will slowly learn this place that where there is a vacuum of silence, Our constituents, the great people of this country, see conspiracy, and too often they are sadly right. So I know that the right honourable gentleman on the front bench has committed to get me answers on my letter. Although he's currently having a conversation with someone else, I would just gently encourage him that I would like to see the answer to those questions on the severance today at the dispatch box. Because I raised it on Monday and I have received no response, it is in the motion. Please can we have those answers? I want Madam Deputy Speaker also to briefly reflect on what's happened over the last week. On Sunday, the Labour Party informed the media that they could not strip Mandelson of his membership of the Labour Party. Perhaps the Honourable Member for Islington, I believe it's North, would like to intervene on me on this point, because I suspect he has something to say about the Labour Party stripping the membership from its members. Then we saw the government on Monday telling this House that they cannot legislate. It would not be appropriate or possible for them to be able to legislate on this. It was too difficult, despite the entire House offering to sit until 4 AM to do so. We then had silence from the government when members of this House asked them to refer the matter to the police. It was quite clear from early doors that this was going to end with the police and hopefully in our courts, as I've argued it should have done back in 2010. Absolutely.
But actually she will recall that during various parliamentary occasions in this chamber on Peter Mandelson, at one stage, despite the Prime Minister knowing that he had a relationship, at one stage she and I asked the Minister a very simple question as to whether they would strip Lord Mandelson of the Labour whip. And that was refused to be answered, and they didn't. Doesn't this just show a constant lack of action from a Prime Minister that doesn't have regret?
I thank the Honourable Gentleman, and look, the lesson of being in government, there are many, but one of the ones I'd hope that we have learned is the writing is normally on the wall. It was very clear from early days that this man was going to let down our country, but those of us who criticised him were told, but this is imaginative, this is inspired. They're putting in place a man who can shake things up and make friends with Donald Trump. Then throughout his persistent behaviour, as more and more became clear, the Prime Minister could have taken the decisive action. Because as I've said, it has been clear for a very long time that this was not just going to end up with him disgraced. It was not just going to end up with us rightly saying that he should be removed from the other place. It is going to end up with him facing court, I hope. And let me be very clear, malfeasance in public office is what he should be tried for, and that does carry a life sentence. That is how severe the crimes are that he's conducted. And I am ashamed that Gordon Brown raised the flag of warning and seems to have had nothing in response to his concerns.
On that point,
I'd be very happy to give way.
My honourable friend is making a passionate speech, and at the moment, since today's debate has started, more information is coming out, and we might be on the actual tip, and there is so much to come out. And at the moment, the PM has made a significant error of judgment, and people and his backbenchers are still defending it. Does my honourable friend believe that this has the possible chance to cause detriment to the whole of government?
It's very difficult, particularly when your party has such a high number of new MPs, we've been there and experienced it, to feel the mood music, to hear the jungle drums and to understand whether something is a precipice, whether something is a turning point. But I think for many of us who've been reflecting over the last few days, this does have hallmarks of things that we feel we've seen before. We've been here, we've seen this sideshow. And it's very difficult, because your integrity is the only thing that you take with you when you leave this place. And that is something too many colleagues across all sides of the House have had to learn over the last few years, because this is a cruel game and you will find yourself thrown out when you do not expect it. I turn now to the manuscript amendment that has been laid today. Can I say how much I welcome the fact that this has been moved forward? This is a sign of the government listening, and I give them credit for having done so. However, as I say, all of this could have been prevented if on Monday the Prime Minister had come before this House and made more firm commitments to take action. I will very happily.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Does she agree with me, particularly following her point about the writing being on the wall, that the Minister, when he wraps up on behalf of the government, needs to quash any rumours that the Prime Minister is bunkered up in Downing Street planning a reshuffle to stabilise a ship that is sinking?
Alicia Kearns.
I can give but one comment to those new MPs who may think that a reshuffle is a good thing. It only causes more upset and heartache within your own party, and it will not solve the solution. I will very happily give way to the honourable member.
I thank the member for giving way. Does she think that the House should be slightly cautious here and not just roll over and accept the government's manuscript amendment without clear assurances of how far the inquiries are going to go, whether they relate to commercial interests rather than just security interests, and a very clear process of reporting and a timetable on it, so that this isn't just a carpet brushing exercise to get rid of an embarrassing day for the government?
Alicia Kearns. Can I thank the honourable gentleman? I think it's quite clear that the will of the House is that that would be beyond unacceptable, and that would be a contempt of Parliament if that was what happened. But I can say, and I would like to think this goes to the entire House, that I have complete confidence in the integrity of gentlemen like my right honourable friend, the member for Kenilworth, who sits on that committee. And no one would impugn his integrity or question that he would make sure he got to the bottom of whatever is necessary. But there is no question that this goes so far beyond the vile and inhumane treatment of women, but also to the way in which I'm afraid it appears that Peter Mandelson betrayed not just his own colleagues, but his country into the financial interests of others. I will take one last intervention.
Grateful to my honourable friend for giving way, and further to that last intervention, we need assurance that we're going to have urgency. We've seen victims of child abuse in this country let down by government which resisted an inquiry and then agreed to it in the big moment, which could be like today, where the government appears to give way, and then months passed with nobody appointed to it. So we need to hear from the Minister the government is going to move with speed to make sure this information comes out.
Alicia Kearns. Can I thank the right honourable gentleman, because actually he's hit on a point that no one has raised in today's debate, and without it I think we would have had a real missed opportunity. There has been no commitment from the government as yet as to how quickly files will be turned over to the IC, and no commitment to how quickly all the documents mandated within this humble address will be released. That is vital. Now I'm hoping that as part of any release they will contact the Department of Justice and require the release of any additional documents that would be in our national interest, or anything that references Mandelson in any way, or indeed any British national in any way. But I think that would be something I'd ask the Minister to please confirm, because yes, any existing documents could of course be on the IC's desk by Friday. So let's make sure we do move quickly. I want to just conclude by touching once again on the incredibly brave women, without whom none of this would ever have come out. And to Virginia, who obviously is not here today to hear us debate and discuss this important issue. We have to recommit in this place that we will hear women, that we will see women, and that we will stand by women who report abuse. Because all of us have seen how easily women's concerns are dismissed, how well we are spoken over, and how we are ignored, particularly when it comes to men of power. And we have touched on some of the men today who've been named in these documents who are commercially very powerful. There are concerns about who else may come out. No one who has been named in those documents, who knew what happened to those women, should be allowed to continue to live their lives and make profits as if this didn't happen. And that must be the main commitment. I want transparency, I want those documents out. But actually, I want all of us to say, whether it's a woman in our constituency who comes to us, whether it's someone who comes to us from another part of the country in concern, that we will stand by them, because this is a stain on Britain, and we must make sure this never happens again, and that we listen to our women and that we defend them. Thank you, Madam.
Shadow Minister Neil O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This has been an absolutely extraordinary day in British politics. It is not often that there is an audible intake of breath in this chamber, but we all heard it earlier on. That gasp when the Prime Minister admitted that yes, he had known that Peter Mandelson had an ongoing relationship with Jeffrey Epstein at the point where he appointed him our ambassador to Washington. It is a truly extraordinary admission. And the argument that the Prime Minister is making now, and it is quite incredible, is that he did know, but he didn't know the depth and extent. And this implies that there is some reasonable extent to which you can be in a long-term relationship with the world's most famous paedophile and still be appointed to our ambassador in Washington. that you can be, to a certain reasonable in depth, involved with the world's most corrupt man and still be appointed His Majesty's ambassador. And now the Prime Minister is asking to be taken on trust. Well, after this whole sordid affair, I'm afraid that's just not good enough anymore. The Prime Minister knew that Mandelson had stayed in Epstein's house while he was in jail for child prostitution. Did that not set some alarm bells ringing in the mind of the Prime Minister? Or is that not deep enough a relationship to have worried the Prime Minister? The member for Skipton earlier on told the House that the British government was warned by one of our closest international allies about their deep concerns before his appointment. Did that not set some alarm bells ringing in the mind of the Prime Minister? No, instead, he appointed a man who had twice had to resign over corruption, and now, unbelievably, his argument is, if only there had been some sign that Peter Mandelson was like this. Unbelievable, Madam Deputy Speaker. And this may just be the beginning. We really need to hear an answer now from the Minister on a specific point which ministers ducked and refused to address earlier on. The whole House will hear if he does not answer. Will the government agree to a full investigations into Mandelson's behaviour while he was our ambassador in Washington? Because on 27th of February last year, Mandelson arranged for the Prime Minister to meet Palantir, a client of Mandelson's company, Global Counsel. That meeting was not recorded in the PM's register of meeting. It only emerged later. Palantir were then awarded a £240 million contract by the government on a direct award rather than a competition. We need the Cabinet Secretary to examine the circumstances of that contract. Will a minister agree, yes or no? And I asked the minister, why wasn't that prime ministerial meeting recorded in the normal way? How many more such lobbyist meetings were there? What other inside information was shared with Mandelson's clients? And will he now agree to a full inquiry into Mandelson's time as our ambassador, yes or no? Can furthermore the Minister reassure the House that the proper process has been followed for all Number 10's other appointments recently? Can he say that very clearly to the House and give us that reassurance? Now, before I come to the manuscript amendment, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me say something positive about some of the contributions we've heard today from the Labour backbenchers. The member for the Forest of Dean gave a genuinely superb speech in which he said he would not be able to look victims in the eye if he voted for the government's amendment. He was alone. It was a brave speech. He was not completely alone, because we also heard sensible comments from the Labour backbenchers, including from Oldham West, Ashton-under-Lyme, Widnes, Middlesbrough and Thornby, pointing out that the government's cover-up amendment was simply not going to fly. I think the member for Liverpool Wavertree actually said that she would be ashamed to vote for it, and she was totally right. All those Labour backbenchers have shown their character today. But what a contrast with the behaviour of the Prime Minister, who isn't here. He still hasn't apologised for appointing Mandelson. And a few hours ago, he was telling this House that these documents couldn't be published. He was saying at PMQs that the Leader of the Opposition was outrageous and silly for even asking. And here we are, just a few hours later, and the government has had a total U-turn because they know that they can't get their own people to vote for this shameful proposed cover-up. The Prime Minister has not been decisive. He only sacked Peter Mandelson because we forced him to do. He said again and again that he had full confidence in him. And I think many voters will be thinking, why on earth was the Prime Minister so deeply in hock to this man? The truth is, he was not out on a limb over in Washington. He was a deeply embedded part of the Prime Minister's operation. He was involved in the selection of some of the MPs here today. He was involved in the Prime Minister's reshuffle. He was part of the toxic culture that the Health Secretary, the Labour Health Secretary, has warned about in Number 10. And most shamefully of all, we had a former Labour Prime Minister, Gordon Brown, whatever you think of him. He tried to get documents about some of the things that Peter Mandelson had done. He was rebuffed. Funnily enough, the documents couldn't be found. Madam Deputy Speaker, whatever you think of Gordon Brown, when you choose Peter Mandelson over Gordon Brown, you are making the wrong decision. Yeah. So I now come to the manuscript amendment which has hastily been produced by the government. This is, for the people watching at home, this is an amendment to an amendment. It's a U-turn on top of a U-turn. So we now need, given the chaos from this government, 3 clear assurances, and we'll all be listening from the Minister at the dispatch box. First, that everything that people in number 10 do not want to publish will be sent to the ISC in unredacted form. Second, that it will be the ISC, not number 10, which determines their handling. And this comes to the question, a very good question put by the member for Hayes and Harlington, that if the ISC says that documents deemed sensitive by number 10 can be released, that the ISC will be able to release them without any veto from number 10. And finally, we need... I'm happy to give way to a more friend.
It's really important we hear from the government on clarity on this, because there could be individual documents versus a report. Now, the independent committee can produce a report, but we need to know those individual documents that could be challenged could be put out if the committee feel it's correct. Does he agree?
Neil O'Brien.
I absolutely agree with my honourable friend, and I want to hear from the Minister. Will he agree that the IC should be able to give the gist of documents, even if they are not fully released? But third, can we have a reassurance on this hastily proposed manuscript amendment that we will not be waiting for months, that this will not turn out like the grooming gangs where nothing happens in the end, that we will not be waiting for ages, and that there will be a clear and short time frame on getting these documents published and to the ISC? Happy to give way.
Chancellor Hurst, I'm very grateful, Mr. Speaker, for the honourable gentleman giving way. There's a fourth point, which is that there's going to be likely to be a sizable volume of documents for the IC to review. Will the Minister reassure this House that the IC will be given the resources in order to do their job?
It's an excellent and good learned point from my right honourable friend. He's completely correct. Mr. Speaker, I actually today feel quite a lot of sympathy for Labour backbenchers. They have once again been put in a totally impossible position by the Prime Minister and his advisor, Morgan McSweeney. The government wanted the same people who had appointed Mandelson in the first place to be able to control the release of information about the way that appointment was made, the extraordinary way it was made. And I actually today feel for those Labour backbenchers, because these people in Downing Street, they're the same people who told all of them that they had to vote to cut the winter fuel payment because there would be a run on the pound if they didn't vote for it. It's the same people in number 10 who told them that they wouldn't change their position on the family farm tax, and then after people had killed themselves, they changed their position on it. It's the same people in number 10 who got them to vote against an inquiry into grooming gangs. And that is telling, Mr. Speaker, because that was another occasion on which this weak Prime Minister put his own political interest ahead of respecting victims. Mr. Speaker, today we learned a little bit more about the character of our Prime Minister, and as a result, as I listen to them today, I think now even some Labour MPs are asking themselves the same question as the public out there. Doesn't this country deserve better?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the manuscript amendment standing in the name of my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister. Can I start by thanking everyone who contributed? The tone was overwhelmingly constructive, serious and aimed at getting to the truth. In particular, I just want to thank a few members. The member for North Dorset, who I thought got the tone exactly right, asked a number of serious questions which I will come to, and reminded us the importance of the matter in hand. I also want to thank my honourable member for Forest of Dean, who, while he disagrees with me, did so agreeably and put his case very well and with passion. I also want to thank the honourable member for Skipton, or right honourable member for Skipton and Ripon, who reminded us of the origins of the humble address. And when I was a political advisor on the Brexit team in opposition, these looked a bit more clever than they do today. So I thank him for that and the spirit he did it. But in particular, I want to thank and highlight the speech by my honourable friend for Bolsover, who I thought made an incredibly powerful and commanding speech and rightly put the voice of victims in this House, and she did so brilliantly. So thank you for that. Mr. Speaker, it's clear from all sides of the House today that they share the public's anger at Mandelson's treachery, his lies and his deceit. As the Prime Minister said earlier, Mandelson betrayed this country. He betrayed Parliament, he betrayed my party, and he betrayed our government. He lied. I'll just make a little progress and I will, if that's okay. He lied to the Prime Minister. He lied during the vetting process, which I will return to because a number of members raised it. Frankly, Mr. Speaker, I suspect he's still lying now. And that's why, since new information came to light, The Prime Minister, over the weekend, the Prime Minister has acted in a number of ways. Firstly, on Monday, I will. Just let me complete this and I will. On Monday, the Prime Minister instructed the Cabinet Secretary to investigate all papers released by the US Department of Justice. The Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister also set out to this House a statement. On Tuesday, the Cabinet Secretary decided to refer certain material to the police with the Prime Minister's support, and subsequently the police have launched a full investigation with which we will cooperate fully and must go everywhere the evidence takes it. I will give way, if you take out first the honourable gentleman there, and then I'll give way.
I think it's pretty underhand of the Minister to make himself the champion of public anger about the person Mandelson was. Because I can tell you what the House is angry about on both sides. It's not just with Mandelson, it's with the Prime Minister for appointing him in the first place.
Minister.
As the Prime Minister has said many times, if he'd have known what he knows now, he wouldn't have had him within 1 million miles of government, and that is absolutely right. I will give one over to my honourable friend.
Sir Julian Lewis.
I'm very grateful to the Minister for giving way. I'll try and make the same point, but in a less emotional way. Now, the Prime Minister was asked today directly, could he tell us, did the official security vetting that he received mention Mandelson's ongoing relationship with the paedophile Jeffrey Epstein? And he replied, yes, it did. Now, the point is that when the Minister says he lied to the Prime Minister, but the Prime Minister knew that the relationship was ongoing. So even if he lied about some other aspects of the relationship, cannot the Minister see that the fact there was any ongoing relationship at all with a man who'd been imprisoned for paedophilia and prostitution, can he not see that that was an impossible position to defend, and no subsequent lies or revelations alter the fact that the Prime Minister appointed him when he knew that he was in that ongoing relationship?
Can I thank him for that? As the Prime Minister said, he was lied to repeatedly by Mandelson. And the scope of the due diligence, which I will come to the vetting process in a minute, but the scope of the due diligence is within the scope of this humble address. It will be released. The House will be able to see for itself this process. I'll just make a little progress if that's okay, and then I will come back to it. Alongside further steps the Prime Minister has made in the last week, he has recommended to the King that Mandelson be removed from the Privy Council. He has instructed legislation, this is the point the Honourable Member for North Dorset raised, legislation to be drawn up to strip him of his title, and for wider reform of the House of Lords process. In answer to the question raised earlier, that legislation is imminent. It will be in government time, and it will be brought to this House as soon as possible. Frankly, I wish it was already here now, but it will come very, very soon, and it will be in government time. I will give way to the honourable gentleman, and then there. That's okay.
Grateful to the Minister for giving way. But of course, before the appointment of Peter Mandelson as our ambassador, he was appointed as strategic advisor, consultant, advocate, and planner for the 2024 Labour Party general election campaign. And could I suggest that he was appointed, and members opposite know this to be true, because he was treacherous, because he was deceitful, and because he was a liar, a master manipulator in political dark arts. That's why the Prime Minister appointed him. And there's no defence, is there?
Minister.
Just to be clear, he was not appointed to any role in the 2024 campaign. I remember that campaign very, very well. And honourable members, to clear up two other points that were raised in this debate. As honourable members made very, very clear earlier, he had no role in candidate selection at all. That is done by the NEC and through the rule book. He had absolutely no role in it. He had absolutely, if I just finish now, he had absolutely no role or say in any reshuffle either. And for honourable members just to keep repeating it, it is absolutely, fundamentally untrue.
Who are you giving way to? I've got Forster. Which one? There's a few. There we are. Come on, Harriet Cross.
Thank the Minister for giving way. Just say the Minister was appointing his own new member of staff, and he knew that member of staff had twice lost a job in the past because of misdemeanours. If he then also knew that member of staff had relationships continuing with a convicted paedophile, would the Minister give him a job?
Yes or no?
Minister.
She tempts me into hypotheticals I'm not going to get to, if that's all right. But let me answer some other... I'm going to make some progress, if that's all right. because there are a number of questions raised, and I want to. I will. I want to make some progress, please. Because a number of people raised the question of vetting, which I want to come to, and the chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee outlined this process a little earlier, and I just want to clarify that. But she was absolutely right in what she said. Before Mandelson's appointment, there were two distinct and separate processes. Firstly, within the Cabinet Office, where due diligence was followed in exactly the usual fashion for this type of appointment, and a second process, which is national security vetting, undertaken by UKSV, the UK security. I'll just complete this point, by UK security vetting. I want to be very clear with the House. None of that was skipped. Nothing was removed from the usual process. And we have, as the Paymaster General set out earlier, strengthened the vetting process further. I will give way to the Honourable Lady, and then I will give way to the Honourable Gentleman behind.
Thank you. I thank the Honourable Gentleman for giving way. I wonder if I could ask him, the Prime Minister said clearly today that he knew when he appointed Peter Mandelson to the job as His Majesty's Ambassador, that he knew that he had an ongoing relationship with paedophile Epstein. So can the Minister tell us what sort of relationship he thinks would be acceptable in appointing such a person?
Minister. As the Prime Minister made clear, he was lied to repeatedly by Peter Mandelson on this. And information on that was in the vetting report, which will be published to the House. I will give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for giving way. But the question, Mr. Speaker, to the Minister is this. The Prime Minister stood at the dispatch box and said he knew. When the Minister says that documents will be released and the vetting will be released, that's all irrelevant, Mr. Speaker, because we're not interested in what he said, because the Prime Minister said that he knew. So the question is this. Why did the Prime Minister feel that that was appropriate to appoint one of the most senior ambassadors in the world? That's got nothing to do with vetting. This gets to the heart of the Prime Minister's judgment.
Minister Ward. As I say, the Prime Minister, look, before Mandelson was appointed, there were reports obviously linking him with Epstein. This was looked into as part of the vetting process. Mandelson lied to the Prime Minister, he hid information. When new information came out, he removed it from it. This information will come out, will be processed and will come further. I'm going to make some progress and actually come to the motion, if that's okay. I will give way to my own relief. It's the first one from behind me.
The Minister...
Just a minute. In fairness to the Minister, he's given way time and time on this side, and quite rightly, he's giving way to the left. So don't feel you've been outdone to, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Minister agree with me that the reason we are here today is because of the brave women that have spoken out and led us here? That we have a responsibility, a shared responsibility as a House, to make sure that no stone is unturned. And as a government, we will absolutely make sure that the victims at the heart of the paedophile Epstein's crimes get the justice they deserve. We carry on calling out this behaviour wherever we see it, and we make sure that now we are in government, we will do everything we can to halve violence against women and girls. It comes too little too late, but is needed now more than ever.
I absolutely agree. I couldn't have put it, I couldn't have it anywhere near as well as that. And the Honourable Lady made, as I say, an incredibly powerful speech earlier. She quoted Virginia Giuffre in her speech at length. I thought that was an extraordinarily powerful way to make the point, and she made it better than anyone because it's the victims we should have in mind. I will give way. I will give way one more time, and then I will come to the motion, if that's all right.
I appreciate the Minister for giving way. One of my concerns has been that when Mandelson was our ambassador in DC, he was responsible for a very large embassy. Now, there may have been members of the Foreign Office staff there who have survived rape or sexual assault, or they may well have been sexual assaults during his tenure of ambassador. Can I confirm that Foreign Office ministers have reviewed all HR decisions he made while he was there as ambassador to make sure that any women who had any concerns about treatment or they were spoken to or things they reported received the support that they deserved?
Can I thank her for that point? Look, anyone who obviously would make any allegation or any report of that would obviously be be treated seriously. I will take it up with Foreign Office ministers, if that's okay, and come back to her, because she does raise an incredibly serious point. I will give way one more time to the former Attorney General, if that's okay, and then I will...
I'm extremely grateful to the Minister for giving way, and I know he wants to move on to the motion. But just before he does, the point was raised by my honourable friend with the Shadow Minister, but I'd be grateful for some reassurance from him. He's moved the manuscript amendment. If the House today passes this motion with the manuscript amendment attached, then a volume of material will reach the Intelligence and Security Committee. He knows that our administrative resources are limited, and we do not know what volume of material may be coming our way. The House will expect us to do a thorough job. We will seek to do one. But can I ask him to reassure me and the House that the committee will have the additional administrative resources it needs, if it needs them, in order to consider that material properly?
Minister. Can I thank him for that and for the speech he made earlier and the point he's making this? Absolutely yes. I completely recognise the point he's making. There is a lot of documents covered by the motion here. That's not a complaint. It's an observation, and that the ISC's role, they have the authority and respect of this House. They need the resources to go with it. We will ensure that that happens in the usual way. I'm going to go to the motion, if that's okay. I'm going one more time and then the motion.
Smith, I thank the Minister for giving way. Could he confirm on the floor of the House that the government will also include details of how the government managed conflicts of interest between Peter Mandelson's shareholding in Global Council and his activities as ambassador? And specifically, could he look at the background and come back to the House on 2 contracts, one to Adderall Technologies and one to Palantir, which were direct award contracts, of which at least one of those clients was a client of Global Council?
Can I thank him for that? And as I mentioned at the beginning, the way he went about his speech as well. Look, the humble address will cover is that will be within scope of the humble address that we'll have it. And if there are specific further points regarding direct procurements that the Cabinet Office needs to look into, I will write to him and come back to him, because that's a fair point. Well, from the I will intercept the opposition spokesman.
I'm very grateful to the Minister for giving way, and he's being very generous with his time. The humble address is obviously about Lord Mandelson's appointment. However, the point raised by my right honourable friend was about 2 contracts, at least one of which was went to, by direct award, a business that was a client of Global Council. The Prime Minister met that company whilst in Washington. It did not appear on his register of interest. Will the Minister assure the House that the Cabinet Secretary will look into the process that led up to that direct award?
Minister.
As I said, we will deal with what's in the first. Everything in the humble address we'll deal with. On that point, I will ask the Cabinet. I will write back to him. I will write back to the Honourable Gentleman as well, and I will follow up with the Cabinet Secretary on that point, if that's okay. I'm going to get to the motion, then I promise I will give way, because you have been trying. I'm going to get to the motion. I'm going to get to the motion. Now, as I said, the government expect the spirit, purpose, and intent of the opposition motion, and we want to provide transparency and drain the swamp of Mandelson's lies. The amendment we have, the manuscript amendment we've put forward, has two important points in it. One on national security and one on foreign relations. I want to cover those quickly, and then I will take interventions. On national security, as the Prime Minister has said from this dispatch box, and has said more times to me over the years I've known him than I can remember, is his #1 priority, and he will never compromise on that. That is why we wanted it in the motion, and that's why we wanted it in front of the House. There is a precedent for this within the humble address, as we mentioned. Well, I think one of my right-honourable friends mentioned earlier, in the humble address we did regarding Lebedev, which included the words, and I quote, in a form which may contain redactions, but such redactions shall be solely for the purposes of national security. So the intention is to abide with that spirit, and the intention is to make a very clear point on national security. But I will come to how this is going to be done by the ISC and the Cabinet Secretary in a second. On international relations, as the Prime Minister said, these documents, which are significant in number, could well touch on sensitive issues of intelligence, trade, or relations with other countries. For example, we would not inadvertently want to release information about what our red lines are in trade agreements, about the peace negotiations and position on things like Ukraine, Middle East or Sudan, or on sensitive assessments made on our allies, and the diplomatic conversations on our life depends. The point of the amendment is that we are trying to address that and to make that clear within the House, and we're trying to balance transparency with national security. And that is what the Mandelson is doing. I will give way to the honourable gentleman, behind, and then I'll give way.
Ben, I thank the Minister for giving way, and no disrespect to the Intelligence and Security Committee, but he will have heard the points of order from the member for Hayes and Harlington and myself earlier. I think we need to know that there is a timetable for this inquiry. We need to know that it is not going to rule out specifically commercial interests such as Palantir and not investigate them. And we need to know that it's also going to investigate the whole web of influence that Peter Mandelson had over so much in government, which has brought about this dreadful position where we end up appointing somebody who's a friend of a paedophile as the ambassador to Washington. Because there are many people looking at this debate today who will not be happy that Parliament merely shoves it off to a committee of its own when they think there should be a wider public interest inquiry into the whole affair.
Minister. Thank you for that. Look, the police investigation will go wherever it needs to. It will cover any criminality or allegations thereof. That is the right way to do it, and nothing, I say, will be hidden in that fashion. With permission, Mr. Speaker, I am going to make some progress here because time is pushing. I will give way in a second. Time is pushing now. So let me come to the manuscript amendment. So we will agree with the ISC how they're going to work with us and scrutinise it, and I welcome the commitment made earlier on. As the Paymaster General set out earlier, the process for deciding what falls in scope will be led by the Cabinet Secretary, supported by Cabinet Office lawyers working with the ISC. The Cabinet Secretary will take independent advice on the decision he's taken, and it will take two forms. First, through independent KCs. Secondly, through scrutiny of the approach he's taking, working directly hand in hand with the ISC. Now, the Cabinet Secretary will write to the ISC setting out that process. He will meet with them regularly to ensure they are content with it, and in line with the manuscript amendment, papers determined to be prejudicial to national security or international relations will be referred, let me finish please, will be referred to the ISC. The ISC are independent, they are rigorous, they are highly respected, they will then decide what to do with the material that is sent to them. I'm going to give way to the Honourable Lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Just for further clarity, the concern I think people have is that there will be a decision made by the government in the form of the Cabinet Secretary about what is referred to the ISC. What we are keen to know is that the bulk of the documents will be in the hands of the ISC, and they can make the decision about what needs to be kept private and what should be made public. Can the Minister clarify that the ISC will have control over what needs to be kept private and what can be made public?
So the release of information will be done in the way I just set out, either through the Cabinet Secretary working with independent lawyers about what work, or if material is deemed to be potentially conflicted with national security or foreign relations, it will be handed to the ISC, who are independent and can make decisions. And to the point the honourable member made earlier, this is the really crucial point I want to make. There will not be political involvement from ministers. There will not be political involvement from number 10 in this process. This is the Cabinet Secretary and the ISC working with lawyers on it. I will give way one more time, and then the gentleman behind.
I thank the Minister for giving way, but I really must push him because he is giving conflicting messages here. At one stage, he said that the direct contract award would be in scope of the committee. He has now said, without committing any timescales, he has now said that the scope of of the releasing of documents is now a matter for the Cabinet Secretary with no political involvement. He has stood at this dispatch box as the political minister to say that that direct contract award would be in scope. Will it be or not?
Any correspondence involving Peter Mandelson in this is within scope. That will be looked at, as I say, by the Cabinet Secretary, who will make decisions based on with independent lawyers and working with the ISC on it. I'm going to give way one more time to the honourable gentleman.
Yeah, can I thank the honourable gentleman, my honourable friend. Can I give assurance that we're very confident in the ISC that we can do an effective job on this? And I think it's worth pointing out, we cannot be told what we cannot publish. That will be a matter of decision for us to do so. But can I also ask for an assurance following on what he's just said, is that there will be no block whatsoever on documents that the ISC should be getting.
Yes, I can confirm that, and can I thank him for he has huge expertise in this, and I can confirm that. And we will work with the ISC on this. I'm not going to give away any more. There are 4 or 5 minutes to go. I will make some progress if that's okay. Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister also mentioned today, there will also have to be discussions with the Metropolitan Police over material. The Metropolitan Police have issued a statement today around material that will be released. So I just want to confirm to the House the material will not be released today because of the conversation with the Metropolitan Police over that, but it will be released as quickly as possible in line with the process set out before the House. I will give way, because I said I would earlier, to her.
I thank the Minister. He has set out the difference between national security matters and issues which may be embarrassing to the government, because let's face it, practically anything could damage international relations with Donald Trump. Who knows what he's going to take offence at. But the process he has just outlined implies that the Cabinet Secretary has to scrutinise every bit of information before deciding whether it gets released or whether it gets to the ISC. How long is that going to take? Will he give us assurance of the volume of material he anticipates sending to the ISC and the timetable? What will be the deadline for releasing that material, either into the public domain or to the ISC?
As I say, the timeline will be as soon as possible. We want to get on with this. There is a lot of material here to go through. We will get through this as quickly as possible. Other humble addresses have taken a number of weeks or months. We will want to be as quick as possible, and we will work with the ISC as soon as we can on this to get it progressing. And I hope she welcomes the spirit we take on. I just want to deal with 2 more points. No more, I'm afraid. I'm so sorry. I need to see 2 more points on the public inquiry, which a number of members mentioned. As I say, there is an ongoing police inquiry that has the freedom to go where it wants and the cooperation of everyone in government. We believe that, along with the process we have set out, is the right way to, because I will not give away any more. I will not give away any more. Actually, I'll give away once. Go on.
Annalise Midgley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister just clarify clearly that the documentation will go to the ISC and they will be the decision makers in terms of what is a risk to national security and international relations and should be in the public domain and not the Cabinet Secretary?
Let me try one more time. It will be either made public by the Cabinet Secretary, or it will go to the ISC, and they will have a decision for it to be made through them. And it will be done with the independence, resources, Mr. Speaker, no, I'm writing up now. Mr. Speaker, it is absolutely right for the House to have debated this incredibly important issue today, and in the spirit it has. And I do want to thank honourable members and right honourable members for that. As I said, the lies, venality and treachery of Mandelson shame this House. And I and the Prime Minister, and I know honourable members all around me, have nothing but contempt for the way he acted and lied to the British people. I'm glad this will now be shown to the British people. I share the anger, the disgust of so many other members of this House. And, Mr. Speaker, we will comply with this motion, the amended motion. We will update the House on progress with that. And with that in mind, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the manuscript amendment in the name of the Prime Minister.
The question is that Amendment A be made, since when an amendment to the amendment has been proposed as follows: that amendment at the end of the Amendment A, and which shall instead be referred to the Intelligence and Security Committee of Parliament, the question is the amendment be made and proposed amendment be made. As many of that opinion, say aye. Aye! Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Right. The question is that Amendment A, as amended, be made. As many of that opinion, say aye. Aye! Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that the motion, as amended, to be agreed to, as many of that opinion say aye. Aye! Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Right. That completes. Are you ready, Caroline? Yes. Right. Sorry, a point of order, Simon Horn.
Speaker, it's in relation to the point that the Minister made with regards to the Metropolitan Police, asking that certain documents are not released in case they prejudiced a trial or an investigation. You know as well as I do, sir, the importance of privilege to this place.
will your office and council be working with the Cabinet Office to ensure that the rights and privileges of members of this House are protected?
Can I just say, we're not going to continue the debate, but just to sum up. The question with the Metropolitan Police have no jurisdiction on what this House may wish to do. It will be whether the government provides or not. But just to let you know, they cannot dictate to this House. I'm going to leave it at that. I'm not going to continue the debate. It's been a long debate, an important debate. Let us move on.
Order, order. I will now announce the result of today's deferred division. Draft Greenhouse Gas Emissions Trading Scheme Amendment Order 2026. The ayes were 392, the noes were 116, so the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Motion number 3 on climate change. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. The division is deferred until Wednesday next. Petition. Ian Room.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Further to our online petition signed by over 3,000 people calling for the Tarka rail line to be future-proofed, I present this petition on behalf of rail passengers in northern Devon, who have suffered overcrowding and repeated service disruption due to flooding this winter, despite a record-breaking 1 million rail journeys per year between Barnstable and Exeter. Following Storm Chandra, all trains have been cancelled. North Devon's rail link has been shut for over a week and will not resume for several more days. The petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urge the Government to ask Network Rail and Great Western Rail to prioritise the Tarka line for improvements and to work together to make rail travel in North Devon more resilient. And the petitioners remain, etc.
Hear, hear.
Petition the Tarka line. I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Steve Race.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Since its establishment in 1964, the CITB has been the industry-led and funded training board for the UK construction industry, and at present is an arm's-length body of the Department for Work and Pensions, and so I thank the Minister for being here to respond. The CITB are tasked, in their words, with ensuring a safe, professional and fully qualified construction industry and to address critical skills shortages. As members will no doubt agree, some things do not change, and indeed we are grappling today with those very same challenges as we commit to delivering new infrastructure, a regeneration of our public realm, and of course the need to build much-needed new homes right across the country. The CITB has always been self-funded by the sector, with powers granted under the legislation to collect a levy from private construction firms. In return for this levy, the CITB's role is to redistribute to sector firms the grants, funds and subsidies for training. This sector-wide approach has meant that skills are transferable and the cost of training is equitably shared between smaller and larger construction firms. And, Madam Speaker, this is one of the ways in which the whole sector benefits. As any of us here knows, when we don our hard hats and visit construction sites, every project involves a huge range of large and small firms in bricklaying, carpentry, electricians, plumbers and so on. It is rare, if ever, that any project could be completed solely with one large firm. Indeed, just last Friday, I visited the St Michael's Meadow housing development in my Exeter constituency to congratulate the site manager Roy and his trainee site manager Sam, who have been awarded the Seal of Excellence Award and the NHBC Pride in the Job Awards. While there, I also met Dylan and Reese, two carpentry apprentices, both of whom are reaching the end of their apprenticeship training with Barrett Redrow, and one of whom is headed directly into the specialist carpentry firm that Barrett Redrow works with on their projects. That is the way that the industry works, and so the CITB has long reflected this in its engagement, and in particular through its stewardship and funding for CITB local training groups. Of course.
Madam Deputy Speaker, first of all, can I commend the Honourable Gentleman for Exeter for bringing this forward? And he's absolutely right. He's been, in his time in this chamber, he's been an assiduous and committed and very, very industrious MP for his constituents. Thank him for that. We have something similar in Northern Ireland. It's called the CITBNI, similar to the very one that the Honourable Gentleman has referred to on the mainland. Key support, including up some £6,500 for apprentices over 3 years, 50% grant for net zero training. They're an absolute lifesaver for small contractors who can no longer afford the cost of apprenticeships when the cost of insurance alone for the apprentice is almost as costly as their wage.
I thank the member for his intervention, and I hope the Minister will cover those points at the end. But I think that as we grapple with the costs rising in the construction firms, we need to support them, as I hope CITB will be in the future. So this is the way that the industry works, and so the CITB has long reflected that its engagement. The local training groups have been vital in supporting micro and small employers to form local networks, of course.
The Honourable Member for Exeter for giving way, and I wonder if the Honourable Member will agree with me that losing the skills and expertise of those local training groups, like the Plymouth Construction Training Group, which was formed in 1977 and has been funded by the CITB, as he's alluded to, in exchange for the proposed centralised delivery from CITB in London, is actually a retrograde step and therefore risks losing those local construction skills.
I thank the member for her intervention, and I fear that she might be right, and I'll be going on some of those issues and some of the feedback that I've had from local training groups across the country and from small firms as well. The groups have been vital in supporting small employers to form local networks, helping them to forge closer ties, providing these businesses with local and low-cost training options, and with a paid officer who holds a wealth of local knowledge and experience. However, Madam Deputy Speaker, the National CITB has chosen to defund all 55 training groups across the country, choosing to close the network down and reallocate the funding elsewhere. This was brought to my attention by Mr. Peter Lucas, a constituent of mine who runs a carpentry business and who has been the chair of the National Training Group Chairs Committee. He impressed upon me the good localised work that training boards have been doing. He told me that training groups connect employers with training in everything from how to use a dust mask properly to master's degrees, a really broad spectrum of training for the sector. Training groups work with schools and colleges to promote construction with talks and information about the sector, and they signpost people into the appropriate apprenticeships programmes. They also save the CITB vast amounts of money on training courses, as training groups source them cheaper than at a national level. They meet up and exchange ideas and best practice from across the whole of Great Britain, with everyone gaining more knowledge. Each training group has until this year been given £35,000 from CITB to fund their group training officer, money that does come from the levy that members of the training groups have paid to the CITB. Without the grant, the training groups will likely close, and with the loss of the groups, vital local networks and local knowledge will be lost. Certainly, the local training group for Devon has been a success and is well liked. Indeed, one of the reasons I applied for this debate was not just because of the compelling case put to me by Mr. Lucas, but also because of the outcry from local firms when I posted about my meeting. Matthew Cousins, who runs Apex Scaffolding in my constituency, told me that as an active members of the local South West CITB steering group, they are facing ongoing challenges in recruiting and retaining scaffolders. With an ageing workforce and the increasing difficulty of attracting young people into this profession, they were very surprised that CITB has chosen to cease funding the training groups, and especially considering the levy costs that employers are required to pay. Of course.
I thank him for giving way and congratulate him on securing this important debate, and I'd like to draw the House's attention to my chairship of the GMB parliamentary group and my membership of the Unite trade union, both of which organise workers in the construction sector. That quality of employment is extremely important. Historically, the two construction engineering construction training boards had union representation on their boards. Over the years, that representation has been squeezed away. Does he agree with me that employee as well as employer representation is very important on these boards?
Thank you very much for the intervention. And I absolutely do agree that it's only with trade unions, employers and workers working closely together that we can sort of meet many of the challenges across the country. And as he's just reminded me, I should also declare my interest as a member of the GMB trade union too. Mr Cousins told me that they have also consistently relied on the training grant, which has historically been paid up front. With the new changes, the prepayment has been withdrawn and construction industry scaffolders' record scheme courses can no longer be booked through the new employers' networks. As a company, Apex remain committed to investing in their employees and supporting career progression, but a CISRS course typically costs at least £1,500 up front, in addition to the wages paid to employees for the 2 weeks they're attending training, as well as the impact on downtime on their operations. So the upfront training grant has always played a critical role in supporting cash flow for those smaller businesses during this process of training. For Part 2 and advanced training, employees must also complete a portfolio and a 2-day skills assessment before finishing the qualification. If the companies are now unable to claim any funding until the completion of these stages, it will significantly reduce the number of individuals that companies like Apex are potentially able to train. Of course.
I thank my honourable friend and congratulate him on bringing this very important topic to the floor of the House. Does he agree with me that anything that can be done to support businesses and employers to help train young people must be done? And would he care to reflect on what I noticed when I visited my local college, Rugby College, recently, where they informed me that it is increasingly difficult to encourage employers to provide work experience time, particularly for T-level students who need 315 hours, and that I wonder whether the Minister might reflect on any additional support that the government can give to employers to incentivise them to do that.
Steve Rice.
Thank you for the intervention, and I absolutely agree. And I think we need to be doing everything we can to make that commitment that we have of getting 2/3 of young people into training, into apprenticeships, into education or into work a reality. So we all need to be working together. Combined with the broader pressures businesses are currently facing, these changes will seriously and detrimentally affect their training capacity as a company, and they and other companies who are committed to developing skilled, competent staff in their industries hope that the CITB will reconsider the impact that these adjustments may have on employers and explore ways to ensure that training remains accessible and sustainable. Separately, a member of the Somerset Construction Training Group got in touch with me to say that these groups provide invaluable practical support to construction businesses and apprentices alike. Removing CITB funding not only risks, in their words, the future of the groups themselves, but also the loss of highly experienced people whose knowledge of training, funding and compliance within the construction sector is difficult to